Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you ain't no starvation. Just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kepan, congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got?
And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
To get your information. To the spoon, to be part of my discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you ain't know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon.
And of course, most definitely, if you want to get the latest update
Politicians want to make their
from Liberia and of course across the world,
to know what happened.
just turn to Spoon. And of course, we are live here on Spoon FM 107.5 and Fabric 101.1 FM. And plus
You from Vonjema?
other local radio stations across Liberia.
Yeah,
We're also live on our YouTube channel.
to spoon. If you eat kepan,
And so, good morning,
brother,
good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you are,
TV.
following this beautiful show here
Yeah,
at Spoon FM.
to
I'm Sylvester Chirople, and I would love to welcome you to the January 18th edition of the Spoon Talk program.
Bamba. Klibamba.
And so, wherever you are, perhaps you are currently in Nimba County, where most of our leaders, citizens are right now, making sure to honor the fallen hero of Nimba County, the late Senator Prince Y. Johnson. Let me say good evening to you. Or maybe you are somewhere around Jaka Ken, Putu Ken, Klawi Ken, Fishtown City of River G County. Let me say good evening to you.
What is happening in Monrovia?
If you are just around Central Monrovia, of course, Bon County is one of the counties situated in Central Liberia. That's Central Liberia. I'd love to say good evening to you. Perhaps you are in our spot
You want to
of
get
Grand Kima County. Let me say good evening to you. Virginia Lofa County, Kakata of Magibi County, Harper City of Maryland County, Bensonville of Monserrata County, San Nicola of Nima, Sestus of Riverside County, Greenville of Sino County, Zoeji of Granger County, Buchanan of Grand Bassa County, right here, Kakata City of Magibi County, Tottenham Bird of Balmy County. I'd love to say good evening to you, folks. Okay, so you get it, you heard it. If you are in Granger, my Granger, welcome to Spoon. And of course, today is the 18th of January 2025. You know, I'm so very much sorry for those counties that have dropped from the 2024-2025 National County Sports Meet. Those counties are Grand Bassa County is out already. Riverside County, River G. Oh my goodness, you know River G is out. Sino County, Bombay, Grand Coup, and of course, Shuase Monserrata is the motherland county of Liberia because I can say almost everybody is from Monserrata County. Yeah, but Monserrata is out. So those counties are still in the league in terms of the quarterfinalists. Lofa County, Nimba, Mangibi County, Grand Jade, Bapulu, Grand Cape Mount, Maryland, and Bone County. Those are the counties. Those are the counties that are still in the lead, right? Yeah. But it is what it is. If your county will not make it to the quarterfinalists, then you just have to wait for next year, you know. Like those guys from we that from River G County, you have to wait, you know, for next year. All right. Well, too many things happen today, especially most of the activities
In Africa,
are surrounded by the late senator for Nimba County, Senator Prince White Johnson.
you want to get it.
No, of recent, right? I have not seen a state burial like this. Actually, no, of recent.
Politicians want to make their decision.
All our past leaders, you know, people that people that are dead, you know, to see the kind of state burial, you know, see national leaders coming together, you know. Prince Johnson is very, very different, you know. The matter of fact, all of our leaders, you know, today they were in Nimba County. I did see the former president of our country, the immediate former president, Mr. Josh Weir, and other people that are in the opposition. They were also there. All right.
Yeah.
I did not see the former president, you know, Ellie Johnson Sirleaf. Maybe she went there, but I did not see her. And if she didn't go there, perhaps maybe she's not in the country. All right. But His Excellency President Joseph Nyama Boakai and other government officials were all represented there. You know, the controversial speaker, Honorable Richardson, was there. Members from the Supreme Court, the Senate Pro Temporary, Senator Nyombli Kaka Lawrence, she was there. Almost the entire country was in Ima. Almost the entire country. Yes.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to
So the people of Nima County, we love to say sorry for your fallen hero, your
You want to get a news update, my brother Tuntos.
godfather, the prodigal godfather for Nima County.
What is happening, Moravia Tuntos? Politicians want to make their decision just Tuntos. You want to know what happening in the ministry?
Yes.
Yeah.
But I think it was yesterday, early this morning, when the Inspector General of the Liberia National Police was making his way to Nima County. He saw some police officers who were taking money from taxi drivers, and he discovered that the photos are all around. You could see in money, Liberian dollars specifically, from the black plastic. The police argued today. I don't know. Maybe he was very angry. Perhaps he has been telling police officers to desist from such acts, and maybe they couldn't listen. So today, he took photos. It was all on social media. I see police officers packing money that bring dollars from black plastic. Someone say, "Oh, man, I think people can do to for their suits and what have you." But very shortly, we have to take calls to hear from you. So the numbers are 07777 1075 07777 1075.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia.
Yes, or 05551011075 055 101075 are the numbers. So we want to hear from you. Now let's start to begin. Let's begin. Hello.
Good evening.
This is Sylvester Chiloplay. Good evening. Your name, please. Are you hearing me?
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, you getting me?
Yes. Please go ahead.
Okay. My name is Ogunfowona. I'm calling from Baje Place tonight.
Okay, let's hear from you.
Let me say hi to the panel, the school family, more especially the CEO that the men that get the opportunity for our help and want to be here every evening. Provided if we call, we go through.
Okay.
Let me say, because this is not easy task for someone to offer you the give you the kind of opportunity, not easy thing.
Okay.
Having said that, I want to tell my government thank you for crafting our agenda, AARD, rescue agenda for inclusive development. The money what our gossip make about 8.7 billion in a 5 years. For me, as a group for Ghana, and now that we will achieve that for now to 2029 by grace of God, because our gossip make about what they allow about the government.
All right. So yeah, thank you. We have to get take calls for other people too, right? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right. Hello. Good evening. Please go ahead. Okay, let's take the person not to be ready. Just Good evening.
Hello.
Good evening, your name, please. Where you join us from?
Hello.
Yes. Good evening. Your name and where you join us from?
My name is Jerry. I'm calling from Dugolo.
Okay, let's hear you.
Yes. For the afternoon, today I was disappointed, but however, I'm not really bad because I got 2 things standing for the southeast.
Okay. You mean?
So I'm still got a hope, and I'll make I'm still praying that the power will go back to that this time around again.
Okay. All right.
All right.
So,
All right. Thank you very much.
thank you so much. He still has hope that. Hello. Hello. Please stop holding on the line. Let's take this question. Hello. Hello. Please just away from your monitor, please. Your radio. Hello. Your name, please. Where you from?
My name is Avi Duru calling from Johnsonville.
Let's hear you.
Yeah. Yeah, while my mind I called to tell United Party thank you. The king, they told us they were coming rescue us. But we are from Nima, they not rescue us. That the pressure came our senator today. And the United Party, all the people that supported them, they making it to keep back. They making what else to keep back. Now they are telling us what else they not support them. I'm not calling that they war room for them. They are not no longer respecting you. So I say I call to tell them thank you. Yeah, they continue. Yeah, the call Senator Johnson got to say, according to what I listened to from Jaya News, they are the call for Senator Johnson to start. They take up for us to go for them so and then they can get our senator. Senator Johnson will not that bad now. The last of the rest, last of the rest, the message, we let her walk back for the voter for you now, and the mentor. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Let's just call out.
Hello.
Your name, please. Where you join us from?
Yeah, my name is something. I will call it district number 3.
Okay, let's hear you.
What the RG do yesterday, it was not very, very genuine. Because he bringing up to public ridicule. The salary, the people giving all the salary is not nowhere. You can't pay police officer $150. How you expect for the man to send his son to school or and do other things? So to pay rent. So how do you expect then the go bringing up to public ridicule? I'm a police officer.
Oh, okay. You are
yes.
You are a police
You don't do that.
officer.
You don't do that. It's very, very the way you do yesterday, it now work for you to do it. He the RGA. I'm speaking, I'm a police officer. So it's not genuine. You bring up to public ridicule. We are highway patrol people. You don't do that in any state.
I mean, don't
why you should bring up to public ridicule? So it don't start me.
So is what's your name again? What's your name, please?
My name is something that we talk about calling from district number 3. I'm very, very angry for what you did yesterday. It was very, very low. You're not supposed to do it. I want to tomorrow if I go to work, I will stay on a radio station. I want for he worker come out to disrobe me. It's very, very unlawful. You're not supposed to do it. I'm very, very angry for what you did.
Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for speaking your mind, police officer. Yeah. Hello, your name, please, and where you join us from? Okay, let's hear you, please.
Yeah, thank you for the show today. And what Mama, I just want to say the CEO, I never knew the way that I started playing no important or soon network. For the past 6 years, it was soon where to be little Itani. But now they can plan it to be passing. So I said, well, thank you for the CEO. Thank you bringing them together. Well, also know that. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Okay. Hello.
Good evening to you.
Your name, please. Where you join us from?
My name is Mohammed M. Kanajion, and I speak on TC 16 on the Bush Island.
Okay, please go ahead, but amplify your voice a bit, okay?
What, like I said, I'm Mohammed M. Kanajion, and I speak for you tonight from the Bush Island area in TC 16.
Okay, let's hear you.
Let me say thanks to all of the government officials that led their way today for the state film of the late Nima County Senator Prince White Johnson. Okay, all of these government officials that went safely so they can make their way back home safely. You know, I'm going to draw my attention from the political aspect for now, my brother. I'm talking to you. I am a visually impaired person talking to you on the phone, and I'm going to leave this on the platform, and then I can see how best for me to get a good response from the Spoon Network family and above, when from people at the Liberian. Or the fire is, I'm a visually impaired person, and I'm then asking the public, most besides those from the diaspora, or Madam Waterspoon, the deputy CEO of Spoon FM, or that the Richardson, and the panelists still always sitting on the Spoon Network. And those from the bureau, on our government officials from the bureau, I'm currently using this platform to appeal to them, let it come in and to help this state from us if it comes to the issue of my rental aspect.
Okay.
I'm actually appealing to them to see
Okay.
how
Thank
best
you.
each and everyone can really listen to me to see how best they can come to my attention to help me
Okay.
with my with issue of my rental.
All
And
right.
this
Thank you.
is my share normal.
Thank
Want to
you. So
use the
if you
platform.
maybe you could just visit the office or something else. All right. Hello. Hello. Okay. Let's go back to hello.
Hello,
Yeah. Your name, please, and where you join us from?
my name is Andrew Over calling New Joy Estate.
Let's hear
The
you.
police really gave a hard time on our road. They told them to not park car to say that
Which
that
road?
gate.
Which road?
They told them to park the car on one side. If you run your high speed, they say park off the road. Or you get hell about low, then they say park off the road. By the way, they make it all a gate now. We get almost 34 gate now on our road to go to Ganta.
I'm asking you
They
which
really gave
road?
a
Which
hard
road
time.
are you talking about specifically? Which road?
Banga to Ganta road.
Okay.
And the road police gave a hard time. They played the photo here yesterday.
Okay. All
They
right.
like begging them. They want to tell them to do them or do it. And I'm
Okay.
the
Hope they are
we
listening.
better get on hard. We get 2 more gate on our road. We get Banga gate. We get Ganta gate. We get
Okay.
Salala gate. We get all those gates on the road. They highway patrol stand to collect money.
All right. So hope they are listening. Hello.
Yeah, how you doing?
Good. Your name, please, and where you join us from?
My name is Eddie P. calling from Chico Sufa to remember the responded defense team.
Okay. Let's hear you.
Lord, my advice go to the CEO of Spoon. Lord, your body got back to power. One day you will come to the Labrador people that you need something from them. You see how the government is treating all. You see how poverty in the way. They said we're going to rescue all. You see how things go on spoil. It is not necessary. You need to come and acknowledge that to the Labrador people.
Which poverty are you talking about? Which poverty are you talking about?
You like it. If you see, I don't want for Canadians to ask me say, which property, and you know very well about people. If it is a achievement for the
No,
government.
I'm asking you because if you say poverty, because you maybe other people are here, you know, I mean, they enjoying while other people complain. Some people working, some people are
Now,
not working.
if you get majority of the people that is going, what do you expect? What do you expect? And lastly, before jumping the law,
Okay.
people that continue to pay respect for the
How are you?
especially the security people, what are doing? You have to continue. The only thing I get to tell you.
Hello. Thank you. Hello.
Hello,
Yes, please go ahead.
this is Joseph Sayer. This is Joseph Sayer, the president of the EABC Workers Union.
Oh, okay.
Yes, we want to provide
Did you
some
say
clarity. We want to
Joseph
ensure
Sayer?
that
Did you say
the
Joseph
Workers
Sayer?
Union, we want to ensure that the Workers Union will be very much strong in pursuing their demand from the management of EABC on Eugene Labin Fagon.
Okay.
So for someone to insinuate that the Workers Union, that no one will say fine, we still remain strong, and the Workers Union demand is that Fagon should be able to reinstate their coin illegally displaced. Fagon should be able to reinstate our benefit as a council.
Okay.
Fagon should be able to should ensure that he deserves from issuing threat on the workers of EABC, intimidating the workers of EABC on the basis that he have presumably with the information minister of the presidency.
Okay, thank you. We thank you so much. We've been following that issue, but we already have Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson, welcome.
Yes,
How are you?
Chilape, I'm doing well. I miss you guys. How are you guys doing?
Good, relatively good. Let me say that.
Yes. So,
'Cause Mhm.
It's good to see you. When I was in Liberia, I did hear the good news. Uh,
Okay.
yes, I will give you the opportunity to tell it. Liberian people, they don't have to know it, but I just want to thank you for your hard work and for everything that you guys do at the station. So today, I know today everybody's in Nimba, right?
Yeah. Today, the whole country was in Niba today. Yeah, the whole country was in Niba, including government officials, people from the opposition, citizens from different counties, Today, everybody was in Niba today.
Mm-hmm.
And we see the cultural performance, the state burial of the fallen hero of Niba County. I mean, it was so very very good. Of recent, I was just saying that of recent, I have not seen such a state burial today for any other leader who has passed. I don't know. The late Prince Joseph, it has been so exceptional.
Mm-hmm.
I know you've been following social media and you see the way
Mm-hmm.
government officials and traditional leaders. Everybody was just paying tribute and that courtesy.
Sure. And first of all, I want to give it up for the Nibians. Just the way that they were able to warmly welcome or appreciate their customs and tradition, and also open their county to Liberians who came from basically all over to celebrate the life of Prince Johnson. But
Mhm,
you have to wonder, what is it about Prince Johnson that
mhm,
made all of our political leaders want to be at his burial, given like you said, it was something that we've never seen. So what is it about the man that we called
mhm.
Prince Johnson? He
Exactly.
carried multiple titles that was so encouraging to other people to want to be a part of the funeral. Or what is it about our country? That's my first question. What is it about our country, about
Mhm,
this moment in time, that we saw a lot of political leaders,
mhm.
past and present,
Right.
political leaders who are also have interest in
Mhm.
politics. They all commerce, they
You're
all
right.
they all were at the celebration of his life.
Yes, having handshakes and
Yeah.
having chat, with one another. And I think we saw certain level of unity too as well because having everybody coming together in that one country, I
Mm-hmm.
think it was very good. But however, there were mixed views. Doing when other leaders, were paying tribute. We listened to Mr. Yaya Nimle.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
I think Spoon Talk is going to go into
Oh, okay. Yes. Yeah.
news info details, but yes, you
Exactly.
can, you can let the Liberian people know in general all your views, but I'm sure Spoon Talk gonna go into.
Uh, exactly. But for his speech, he was talking about like this administration, that is the rescue mission. They not do well. They're not respecting. As a result, the pressure was too much on him, and of course the statement too from the late senator party, the MDR, and they were clear that the late senator died because of, pressure, for the World Crimes Court. That's what they were saying today. So,
Mhm.
so
So,
yeah, so
so do you
you,
think so did you hear? And again, I did you hear that the MDR was in a way siding with what Senator Nimbley was saying, because in essence, that's what Nimbley said.
yes, but I think if you listen to their statement, I think there was really yes,
Mhm,
they won't really agree with Mr. Yaya Nimle, of
mhm,
course. But you saw the speaker too, his
mhm,
reaction, his response, all
mhm.
right, that the Mr. Nimle to betray the late senator. So the other group coming, other group coming say no that you, other men say no that you. So I
Yeah.
mean.
So,
Everybody just, yeah. So,
so
but
this is an interesting moment. That's all. One of the things we can just observe that, Sylvester, this is an interesting moment in our political experience in the reality of Liberia. To just, it was amazing to see all of those politicians gathered in one place, and to celebrate the life of someone who had an interesting life.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Um, some people consider him to be, a warlord. Some people consider him
Hold
to
on.
be a pastor. Some people consider him to be a hero for a county or the godfather for a
Educator.
county. Yes,
Exactly.
yes. So what I didn't see was Ellen Johnson Sirleaf there?
And that I was saying, me, I personally did not go nearby, but I was just like watching all of the social media outlets to see who all was there. But I didn't see the former president, Ellie Johnson
That's
Sirleaf.
there.
I didn't see.
Okay,
Yes.
good. Yeah.
See.
So I guess, because I was just looking around myself, I didn't see her. So that's, yeah. Maybe she's, I don't
But,
know.
but but one thing that Richardson, I don't know where you observed that too. The immediate past president did not recognize the controversial speaker, Honorable Richard Kuhn, and he himself too did not recognize the immediate past president. That's why I said that there were mixed views and feelings.
That other cheese, that easy. So,
I tell you,
but
yeah.
so let's go back a little bit, Chilope. When the immediate past president in the name of President Weah, you remember
Mhm,
when Kuhn, Kuhn, the vice president, the current vice president, went to go shake his hand when they were all,
mhm,
when they all went to when Prince Johnson initially died and they were at
mhm. At the house, right? Tuporo.
yes, exactly. And
Yeah,
so he didn't shake Kuhn's hand. He
exactly. Yeah, put a hand on the
was
chest.
in his chest. As
Yeah.
we couldn't figure out what was that. Was that a handshake? Was that an acknowledgement? The media couldn't figure. We couldn't figure out what it was. It was just interesting. A
Yeah. Yeah.
action, interesting kind of exchange. But then today, like you saying that it was just interesting who recognized who and who didn't recognize who, which I'm
Mhm,
sure we're going to go into details. And what does it mean for our country? That
mhm.
the immediate past president didn't recognize,
Yeah.
yeah, the speaker you said, right?
Yes, yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes. But I think the president was clear. He actually praised the late senator a lot. That while the late senator was alive, he signed the World Crown Code. He was supporting it. That's a sign of for, pushing for justice. So. His Excellency President Joseph Nyama Boakai today praised, the late senator, and he also knows the means to ask Liberians to come together, support each other, support the justice system and what have you. But on the flip side, I think it was yesterday or today the Inspector General of the Liberian National Police was on his way to Nimba,
Mm-hmm.
where he saw some of his police officers were they're collecting some dollars from
Mm-hmm.
taxi drivers. I think you saw the photo, right?
Yes, I did see the photo, and
That's
I experienced that as well. That
wow.
set the stage,
Hmm,
for driving from Monrovia to Nimba. There are several
mhm.
checkpoints along the way, right? I mean, I can
Yeah.
remember one vividly being at 14 Gate. That's a major one that I saw a lot. There's probably the one in Bond County. So there's different checkpoints along the way.
Mhm, mhm,
And at those checkpoints, I mean, when I say experience, that I personally didn't experience, but I saw, you know, taxi drivers are pulled on the side. And
mhm.
whatever happens, I didn't stay there to monitor to see, but there's a sense that you feel that money's been exchanged. Bribery is happened. You can see it because there's a long line of taxi drivers. I mean, the private cars, depending on who you are, they will just kind of let you go through, you know.
Mm,
And then the drivers were put on the side. And I have to state that many of those drivers were carrying heavy loads. Their
mm.
cars were overloaded. So I
Yeah.
don't know if they were allowed to pass depending on how much they paid. I don't know that. Okay.
Mhm.
But
You talk about how much they pay. I think that's the crucial part, because this is not about what the drivers give, but it's about doing the right thing, accessing you know every vehicle that uses that means, right. So if maybe a taxi driver, like you saying, maybe a taxi driver has so many loads on his vehicle and he's going, you don't know exactly why it's in that car, and that person just gave you a little opinion, and you just allow that person go.
Yeah.
These are some of the problems that they face.
Yeah. For me, Chilopay was about the safety. Like you said,
Okay.
you don't know what's in the car. Number one.
Mm-hmm.
Number two, they usually because I was wondering, there were always two or three persons driving on the top of these heavy loads.
Mm.
And I wasn't. I was like, why? And I was. It was explained to me that those guys were the car boys on the car. And sometimes when the car is full, they put the car boys on the
Mm-hmm.
car. Just imagine a
Exactly.
5 hours,
Yeah.
4 hours drive. And
Mm-hmm.
I was afraid for those guys. If anything would have happened to that car, they were going to be injured or dead.
Yeah.
Yeah. So and then I had an opportunity over the past couple of days. In fact, since I saw the picture of Gregory Coma, to reflect on the work of the police because I kept on wondering why are these people taking bribe? Why? And then there's two sides to this coin. I'll tell you, Chilape, that I thought about. One is, they make what about 150 dollars a month, and I when I
Mm-hmm.
spoke to some of them, I think I heard them say, by the time the end of the month, they're already in debt because if they're making $150 a month, they have to put their children in school fee. Each school, their school fee is like $25.
Exactly.
Then the rent is maybe $25 to $50, depending on where they live in, $75. I hope you're checking this. And then of course they gotta eat. Food will cost you anywhere if you're not eating a full course meal, maybe $5, $10 a day. So at the end of the month, they're already indebted. They already owe
Mhm.
somebody. It's like a recurring door. So the way that
Exactly.
they make extra money is to accept
Mm-hmm.
bribe. You know,
Yeah. And
yeah,
that's.
and I like to say, and so I thought about, so that's one side of the coin. The other
Mm-hmm.
side of the coin is, I thought about this. No, being a police person, you don't get into the being a police person because you want to be rich or because you want to make money. And even I have friends in this developed country who are into the police force, who are law enforcer or into the police force, and
Mm.
they tell me the hours are long. You never know when you're returning to your family. Um,
Exactly.
the work is tough, so they don't go into that because of that. What to do is, and I think that's the mindset that our police and everybody needs to sort of have, is that you're doing this because of love for country.
Mm-hmm.
You have to, spend those long hours at these different checkpoints, making sure that our country is safe. People are not bringing dangerous weapon, making sure that those bundles of loads, can be threatening to the people in the car, the car boy on top, and to the regular motorists. Because every time I got close to them, I would tell the person who was driving, "Let's hurry up and pass them," because it just seemed like it was a time bomb waiting to happen. Something was waiting to happen. So if you're going to go into this police work, it got to be for love of country. You got to have your patriotic hat on. Go ahead, Chilapi. I don't want
Yes,
to.
no, yeah, but I just want to say this. Before you came on, a police officer called, and he was like trying to defend the action that went on between them and their boss. Say number one, they are on pay, and that was public ridiculed. So the IG should have done that. He should have advised, those police officers, on duty, and not to just, take their photos and put it on social media and what have you. So, number one, you said they are on pay. So that's one of the justification there, right? The on pay, he's saying that the IG was wrong by taking that photo and putting it on social media and what have you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, as I was saying before, you got to get into security, law enforcement, um, being a minister in our country. People have to change the mindset that is more about love of country. You're not going to get paid. The developmental stage in which our country is in right now, the economic status of our country, it's not about being paid. I'm sorry, even us here, we who volunteer on Spoon, it's not about being paid. It's about love of country. You yourself, who in our studio, but it's not about it's about your love of country. And I noticed that about many of you guys who are in the studio. Stena himself, who owns the studio. Welcome, Stena. Good to see
Yeah,
you.
the CEO is here already.
Yes, it's about love of country. So we have to get in that mindset that making money in your country, if you want to be a millionaire, billionaire, or however, whatever near you want to call it, it's about hard work. But some of the hard
Hmm.
work gotta be, you gotta make some sacrifices, sacrifice,
Exactly.
serious sacrifices. So you have to protect our country. Make sure you check into those cars. Don't take bribe because those guys have heavy loads, and you have to look to see what they're bringing. Whether these cars are coming from different borders or stuff. You can't just let them in. You can't just say, okay, I'm taking $5 and then you can pass through the checkpoints. You can't do that. So I mean, I'm not going to
It's
say yes.
risky for our country. Very risky, and
Very risky. And a lot of this stuff is happening because I traveled at night. I was, I don't know, for some reason, I like to travel at night. There's not a lot of transportation. It's a quiet
Mhm.
ride. So I was
Right.
traveling at night a lot of times. And that's when you get to see some interesting things that happen in the country. So you can't just let.
Exactly.
But anyways, Tana, go ahead, take your show.
No,
Yeah.
Dr. Richardson, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, and good night.
Yeah, wherever you are in the world.
I'm pleased to announce that Dr. Richardson Hosmer AB team, they beat them. So he's not in the playoff. He's done.
The Steelers.
I am pleased to announce
Anybody
that I am pleased to announce that they gave AB team 1%. This thing
Mm.
about CPP and ANC follows the Steelers. But I'm troubled, Dr. Richardson. I'm troubled with the news coming from Nima County.
Mm.
I'm troubled.
Yeah.
And that's why today we welcome all Liberians to come and speak on the issue. Wherever you find yourself, just take the link and join the show. We're going to share the link. Just join the show and just speak for only 1 minute and you go. You say your own, you go. I'm going to have my Karis mostly great coming on, Gibson Jeru, Yaka Koruba, and Mo Ali, and Mambe, everybody. But I just want you to be part of the show for 1 minute. What you observed today from Nima Kante, I want you to speak to it. Dr. Richardson, I am troubled. As supporter of Joseph Yuma Bwaka, I am troubled. I am of the greatest concern that we need to do better. I'm serious. May the soul of Prince Johnson and all those that have died rest in peace. Now, but we will move on with this conversation. I am troubled. I am troubled not because Prince Johnson was laid to rest. Dear Curtis, I am troubled because, to tell you the truth, Dr. Richardson, it is changing so very fast.
What's changing?
I'm going to say, but it's changing. It's changing. It's just changing. Listen. It's changing around the clock. They said, no, I can't believe this. My fellow Liberians,
I never thought I would ever live the day to hear you say that. I never thought that.
I am.
You know, you beat me on this spoon talk here.
I agree.
You beat me. You
I
beat
agree.
me.
Yeah.
But
Look at when I got to say, asking Dr. Richardson, Kona, my your business. We call you Insta, my your business, Kona.
But this man was insulting me. He was carrying on. He was putting me back. You know,
you can say I insulted you. You know, I have never insulted you before.
Well, no, that's true. I won't say that. You never insulted you. You just put me back for no reason.
Because you were look at what you said. Because are crazy, man. You didn't see you understand. You were listening to me.
That's true.
We listen to the Liberian people. But I am troubled. What I saw today, where you get all the political powerhouse, where you get all the political leaders, the former vice president, the former president, the former president again, the president, the vice president, the political leader of different political parties. Kona, I didn't black you, man. Living Kona, I don't black anybody. Sylvester, can you black everybody if you have eyesight, or somebody got to black somebody? On black all of them, black everybody. But I'm gonna send I'm gonna do something strange today, Dr. Richardson.
What are you doing today, my people? Y'all know spoon talk is impromptu, right?
I want to make peace with the ANC folks.
Oh.
Some of the ANC folks,
what you to them put it agree?
I'll make peace with them.
What?
Yeah. I want to make peace with some of the ANC folks, and I'm going to make peace with some of the, what the other party again?
I don't know. You don't want to know.
Man, you're party, ALP. Anyway, I'm very peaceful with the ALP because Costa are my man. ICOB and LPP, NPP, and all of them. And I'm going to make peace with.
I'm not accepting your apology like that. It got to be, we have a term of reference. Yeah. We have to have a term of references. I'm not accepting that apology. Maybe ANC wanted
to. Jackson, I don't know. I didn't block you though. Can you call James or somebody? They should unblock everybody. That's what I'm doing today. Unblock everybody, and I will be very peaceful.
The peace process is beginning.
Yes. Listen, I am going to, on this 18th day of January 2025, I am troubled, so I'm going to clear my mind, my body, and my soul. I'm going to make peace with everybody. All my political enemies, or all my political oppositions folks. I'm going to make peace with you guys. Because what we are seeing today is electrifying. What we are seeing today, Wologisi can hold it. Yes. The Putu Martin can hold it. What we are seeing today, it is shaking the very fabric of our political landscape and the negotiation that brought us to power. But Dr. Richardson,
yes, sir.
I am troubled, but I will wait. Let the other people come. I won't hear them.
Yeah.
I came in at the end of the day. I will just take my.
Nobody business.
Dr. Richardson, I will take my hoodie, I put it on like this, and say, "May God save our state." In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. 10,000 years ago, we've been praying for this day, and here comes this day. So all my ANC friends, who are the ANC friends I know? Who are the ANC people? Yasini?
Okay.
Yasini? What are the other guys name?
I don't know. I'm not even getting your gila. That would you don't want to know.
What are the other guys name? Yasini and who?
Well, Muna?
Muna? Where is she? Where Muna?
I don't know Muna, but I haven't seen her talk.
And what were the other guys? Tiola Gibson. Somebody said Mariah. What's the other woman? Victoria quickly.
Yeah, call sis Victoria. She be calling you. Toby said you have a message for her, so you made peace today with her. I
made peace with Victoria. Seriously.
So sis Victoria wants to come on the show a lot. So
tell her to come. I made peace with her. I made peace with all the 1.61%. The percenters, 1.61. I made peace with all of them.
Okay.
Black Tiola Gibson. I want to see her talking her tabata. But I made peace with her too. But
Sis Maida asked, she just said you like to tease me. Yeah, I'm used to it now, Sis Maida. She always watches the show. Yes.
Yeah, but Dr. Richardson, at the end of the day, we all should come to a place and realize that something is happening. We should come to the place and realize that for a better Liberia, things are changing. So I want to wait. I mean, that's where I am today. That for a better Liberia, things are changing, and I hope.
I'm curious though. Why is it that you want to make peace today with the ANC and the people you describe as 1%ers? So
because I'm gonna need them. I'm gonna need them in the future.
For what?
It's time to have an early negotiation. Because when the center cannot hold, things falls apart. When the center cannot hold, that center
is not holding. You speaking in?
It's not holding. Dr. Richardson.
I want to know. People want to know.
So we are out there today because we are concerned. Listen, we were in Colorado County. We went to red light. We went to what? Jerry Pierre said, "Oh, the people they're talking their own, they're joking." Dr. Richardson, this is not the people talking their own. This is about the bread and butter issue. This is about the manwata, the paflomo, the segonu. This is about them. This is about the people that are saying you must do it right, and you must do it right now. We cannot have this, Dr. Richardson. We just can't. We must speak to this. We just can't have it anymore. That's why I'm troubled. I'm troubled when I saw the funeral. Hey, man. Saturday, Papa Prince Johnson called me. My son Stanton, my son, I want you to say this. Did you listen to the people? Did you listen to this? This Saturday, my papa and myself, we had 2, 3, 4 minutes of conversation. I said, Papa, you all right? He said, all right, my son. That Prince Johnson that we buried today, so? That Prince Johnson that we buried today. I mean, that Prince Johnson funeral that Jowea cannot recognize Richardson as speaker and say the speaker is not in country. That Prince Johnson funeral that MDR is taking a different position. That Prince Johnson funeral that Yaya Nimle have to say X, Y, and Z. That Prince Johnson funeral. Amen. That the people on the street chanting. Federick Jackson. That's why I'm in trouble. Say Gonu. That's what I'm in trouble. Are we giving the people the message? Are we there yet? Are we formulating within our mindset, Dr. Richardson, in our head, that we are doing the right thing, but obviously we are not? P. Yazo, Thompson Bibos, Steven Nako, Teresa Simpson Human, Teresa Bike Sawi, Eugene Fedek, Gargono, say Gargono.
So I like what Human Through Mensa said. She said at the funeral, everybody were confessing their sins. Hey.
We got a clip.
Hey.
Dr. Richardson, we got to play the clip.
That play.
Jackson, welcome to the show. Uncle Sam, I'm trouble. I'm trouble, Uncle Sam, because I'm not saying those things that we should be saying by now, Uncle Sam. And I want to say to all of you, just share the show. Just share the show. Yeah, I understand that you listen to me, Larry Putu. I admire you. I appreciate you. Just share the show. Hassan Benedict is watching. Musa Ricks is watching. We're going to share the link. For 1 minute, you'll come and speak. Tell us what you make of the funeral. Then you go, then we'll bring somebody in 1 minute too. We got a jam-packed show today, but we are here for only 2 hours. 11 p.m. in Liberia, 6 p.m. here in the United States, we out. Today is a beautiful Saturday, and the guys agreed to do only 2 hours. So do your best, and let's just jump into it. Okay, Sam, welcome, sir. How you doing?
Oh man, I'm just I don't even know what to make of today. I mean, it's just a whole lot. It's mind-boggling. It is very concerning, and all of us, whatever side of the political divide we on, we need to make Liberia first and see how we can unite. This country is not united. There's something deeply troubling about the divide. And that divide needs to be bridged by real leadership. And that leadership has to come from the top. And only President Boakai can bridge that divide. Forget about development, because development cannot come in the absence of people uniting on a common cause. It seems that we're all going our separate ways, and very, very troubling to me. Very troubling. I'm very troubled. My heart is hurting, and I just hope and pray that the young people, especially, cannot look at just the temporary political power. Because Stanton, 4 years from now, 2029, many of them would even be 50 years old. They won't be 50 years old before I say even reach to 71, 72. That should worry people to start asking some questions about where we are and how we can unite as a country. Because I can tell you what I heard today from Tomayaya Nimle, from the MDR, from the noise in the streets, it just doesn't look like a united country. We still have a lot of soul searching to do, and I hope and pray that we can all come together. And that's my position.
Uncle Sam, thank you very much. Azido, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Finally, may his soul rest in peace. Senator Johnson time on earth came to a conclusion by Liberians and leaders of Liberia bidding him farewell. We witness a historical moment in our country's history that will always and forever be remembered as a time a great figure departed, a time mixed with differences in opinion, a time marked by differences in actions, and of course a time when truth was spoken over lies. I know we'll get into it more, but today was a day to actually remember and look at. Things happen.
Sorry, I said you placed something in your bag.
No, nothing's playing. Can everybody mute? Nothing's playing in my bag.
Thank you. Go ahead. I said it's from you, though. Sylvester, is that from you?
Sylvester.
Is the necklace on the other side open? Is that where the sound coming from?
Other mic here close. Everything close here.
One man is here. Okay, go ahead.
Are you still hearing it?
No, I'm not hearing it. Somebody shut it down. So go ahead.
Okay, maybe it was me. So at the end of the day, my brother, my own political leader, President Weah, descended in Nimba County with a rousing welcome from the people. And I personally want to extend thanks to the good people of Nimba County for recognizing their son and welcoming him as part of them. Someone told me he was the star of the show, not because he's black, but because he is the son of the people of Nimba, and they know his part played in the county. They know his relationship with the late senator. They know his contribution to the life of the late senator. And so they pay him back with that welcome. We all saw those on the tapes. I'm a proud person.
Okay, thank you, Isaac. Dr. Richardson, you want to do your opening? Let's get into it.
Yeah, today was a great day for me. I've been back in the country for 2-3 days now. So today I was multitasking as I was paying attention to what is happening in Nimba. I was also did a slide presentation on our big screen TV, my husband and I, for our children. We show pictures of them, pictures of Liberia to them, and it was just for them to know their where they come from and some of the things that the parents were engaged in Liberia, and they really enjoyed. They had like some great questions. I anytime someone dies, things changes, whether things change. There's whether you appreciate it or not, and it's a complex situation. Prince Johnson lived a very complex life. I like to, say sorry to the people of Nimba. And I also like to understand those who don't feel the need to to grieve him. I understand both sides of the coin. So at this moment, I just want us to also spend some time talking about some of the lessons that we learn from death. We begin to die the day we were born. That's a fact. So whatever lesson that we can take away from this experience, there was many things said today. Whatever lessons politicians can take away. Prince Johnson was a towering figure. He played multiple roles, but today he's not here. And it tells you that no matter how much money you have, no matter how big your platform is, that one day we'll all no longer be here. So we have to be very careful how we interact and engage our people, and how we love our country, and how we give back to our country. So I hope that I'm sure we're going to include that in part of our conversation today. So thank you.
Yep, Dr. Richardson, thanks, man. I don't know. It's always good having everyone. You find us on Spoon, Fabric. Support is down today, but we'll pull back support during the week. We'll find us on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. It's always good to have you all joining the Spoon Talk. I've asked Chidople to please share the link in the comment section that you can just appear for 1 minute instead of us opening the phone line, that you can appear and say your own. This is the show that you say your own, I say my own. Well, Lord, you from CDC, Unity Party, and any party. For 1 minute, just come and tell us what you observed today from the Prince Yeru Johnson funeral. I want to appreciate all of you that are joining us. I want to say thank you, share our show on a beautiful Saturday, the 18th of January. In the next 6 days will be my wife's birthday. And then I have to remember that continuously before I get in trouble. We got a video, we got the clips. We call everything, just imagine. We call everything. And all the different activities, and we got a lot of photos that we'll be sharing with you. Some of you that have missed the program today. So let's go back to Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam, while we upload these different clips, yes, indeed, you call for unity, and I spoke to you briefly in the back, Uncle Sam. I'll tell the people, what were your concerns today, seeing everything you saw on social media?
One of the things I've been concerned about from the onset of this administration is that the lack of understanding of the limited mandate, 20,000 votes. And of course, the unity partisans will always, a win is a win. But in running a country, when the country is split down the middle like that, it means you have to govern with a sense that you have to bring more people under the tent, right? And I don't believe that our Unity Party friends have understood the importance of bringing everybody under the tent. To say, yes, we won an election, it's a close election, and there are people that didn't vote for us, but they also have to be considered in how we govern, in terms of reaching out to them. The way they made it seem is like seditions and other people who are opposition are not Liberians. They have all the answers. They can do whatever they want to do. They control the apparatus, in my mirror and whatever I'm talking about. They control the police, they control the army, they control the budget, they control They want to control everything, including the legislature, just to have total control. And in having that total control, it's like, I don't care, I don't give a damn about the opinion of anybody else. What we believe to be our course of action, we are infallible, we cannot make any mistakes. They concede nothing. All the missteps and mishaps that have happened in the last 12 months, they try to model it, they use fancy phrases, and they are united. They are very, very united in shoring up that narrative. But they don't understand that in shoring up that narrative, where they believe that they are perfect human beings, they cannot make mistakes, they alone can deliver Liberia, they alone can do everything. And of course, they get a signal from their political leader. I have spoken to all the major political leaders, Stanton and Joru and Dr. Richardson and Asido, everybody, including Cummings, Ure, including other people who were like ministers, they have not reached out to these people, not to give them jobs, not to give them money, but to basically hear them out. To if you want to run a country and we all have a common destiny, then it will make sense to hear the other side. Because if we hear the other side, then you can make a determination as to how you are relating to the people. Stanton, you took microphones to Red Light, to Douala, and they accuse you of planting people in the streets. You didn't take microphones to Banga. You didn't take it to Ganta. You didn't take it to Sacre PA. You didn't take it to... But people are expressing their real misgivings about the lack of unity in the country. Prince, what's his name? Thomas Yaya Nimle. Thomas Yaya Nimle speech. You can disagree with him, you can call him a warlord, but he's a senator that was elected by a significant slice of the people of Brent Jide, a constituent of the Republic of Liberia. You heard what he said. The MDR. I don't think war crime business caused Prince Yeru or Johnson to get high blood pressure and die, but that's what the MDR said. If the MDR said that, it means they've been discussing this amongst themselves. So then, what are you going to do about that? Politics is about perception with a small degree of reality. How people feel, you should reach out to these people and find out how you can see how you can try to not solve their problems, but to appease them in a way so that they can unite among a common cause of rebuilding Liberia. It's extremely important.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and guys, we'll be speaking on this funeral and everything that took place today. We want to welcome Gibson Jerry. It's good to have you, brother Gibson. As to do, let's hear you. You deserve your 2 minutes as well. Let's hear you, sir.
Well, I'm guessing you are asking our takeaways from the funeral services today. I want to start down to go up. Few things caught my attention. One of those is how people were attacking each other right in their faces, especially people from the same party. And they think that Liberians will not be smart to see the attack against each other. The biggest of those attacks, in my mind, came from Vice President Jeremiah Kuhn directly towards the President Joseph Imam Boakai. I will quote what he said. He said, people who said they would not speak to you again are here sitting down. He said it. Go back and listen to Senator Johnson when he was preaching in his church. He said, I don't know why President Boakai don't want to speak to me again. He blocked my number. I can't even get him. And the vice president was reminding us that those people that said they will not speak to you, Senator Johnson, they are here sitting down. That was a direct attack from the vice president to the president. Maybe somehow he thought people will not grab that, put the pieces together. Listen to the voice of Senator Johnson himself. Don't believe anybody. Senator Johnson is on tape preaching from his church that he doesn't know why President Boakai don't want to talk to him, why President Boakai blocked his number. He don't know what is going on since the election finished. And I thought that was interesting. The next thing was the president himself taking a direct hit on Senator Johnson right in the eyes of Senator Johnson's people by equating Senator Johnson's life to the troubled past of Liberia. Right there, I get a little clip. We share all of those things. You went to bury this account of the people. You cannot be right with the people and be talking at the man the way President Boakai did today. The clips I will put on my Facebook page. I wasn't there. I wasn't doing any video. People were talking, and those people are recorded. You can hear them say. And the last thing, my people, the last from my end. The current political leader of MDR, the party that was founded by Senator Johnson, those who were in the room always with the senator, those who could talk to him in the morning, in the evening, in the night, his people, the current political leader, of course, is the party chairman now, who is the labor minister. He was right on the stage when executive member from that party told us that Senator Johnson died from pressure against him for the establishment of war crimes court. They said, Senator, when we heard that you signed the resolution to establish the war crimes court, we went to you to ask, why did you sign it? And you told us that my children, I am tired. I am tired. The people are pressuring me.
Thank you, Isaac.
Record for
thank you,
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Isaac.
Take away from me.
Isaac, thank you very much. I will bring in, guys, I can see you guys coming in the back. All of our followers today will give you 1 minute to address this issue and allow us to do our proper opening. Then we'll bring you guys. We want to hear from you, our fellow Liberian homes and abroad. We share the link. We'll continue to share the link. Come on the show and tell us what you think. 1 minute only. But Dr. Richardson, let's give you 2 minutes. What do you make about what we saw today on social media?
Well, there's a few points that I wrote down. One is Nima was branding the county in a way that we have not seen in our body politics. They displayed their tradition. They, showed a way, they had a way of taking his body to the different districts, at least majority of the districts, and had the people, say goodbye to him. So Nima was actually branding Nimba, and I really appreciated that. They really showed the beauty of Nima as well. I also saw unity among the Nibayan leadership. I saw that. I was looking for infighting among them, as we saw infighting of the bigger leadership. But they worked together. They seem to have coordinated well how to travel with Prince Johnson's body for the Nima people to say their goodbyes to him. There are a couple of things that I wonder about Liberians as I was watching the funeral. One is I wonder about the life of Prince Johnson. I wonder what kind of man was he. I know he had a very complex living, but the way that Liberians are celebrating Prince Johnson, you can't help but to wonder who is Prince Johnson or who was Prince Johnson. You know, I also wonder about just our mindset. Are we a unified country? Are we a divided country? Are we a country that have recovered from the war? Or what are we? And I think it's a great question today for us to reflect on who we are as Liberians. There was a couple of messages that were discussed or on display at the today. One was a message that said that Prince Johnson was betrayed. He died from broken heart in a way, broken heart related to the War Crimes Court. There was also another message that was very directed to what is happening in our country currently, which is about the speakership that came up. You know, there were questions about who is the rightful speaker of our country. You know, some people are recognizing Kofa, and another group was recognizing Kun. So in a way, death can be very awakening. We saw that it awakened the county of Nima, but it also awakened the souls of our soul. We had a moment of reflection, the souls of our country. So that's what I want to add.
Oh, thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Thanks a lot. I'm going to bring in our brother Gibson. Jerry Gibson, you have your time, sir.
I want to say a Grammy Award goes to Isaac too. That's what I had. I wrote that note there when Isaac was talking. You're good. I'm telling you, you're good. Oh my God! What?
Sandra, I sent you a video of Prince Johnson telling us who was not speaking to him.
Okay.
So if we do us the honor to play that video. There are three things that happen.
I want you to do your 2 minutes. I'm uploading all the videos. So
yeah, no problem. There are three things that happen during this Prince Johnson's burial ceremony. The first thing that happened was Jeremiah Kun finally disclosed who are the real enemies of Prince Johnson, or who were the real enemies of Prince Johnson. And Jeremiah Kun actually intended to accuse President Joseph Boakai as the arch enemy of Prince Johnson. Because of what he said, quoting Prince Johnson directly. Prince Johnson, you said it. There were some people who don't want to speak to you, but they said it right here. They are here. President Boakai is here. The man who you said refused to speak to you. But not only that, I want people to understand. Today, Prince Johnson's party show us what really killed him. Prince Johnson's party officials told us that it is the war crime court and the decision by President Boakai to even bring war crime court. You know, Prince Johnson's death is like the brother of a medicine man in the town. The brother of the medicine man died. Everybody don't like him. Some people don't like him. But the medicine man standing there and looking and see who we can and say bad thing to a brother. You scared of the medicine man at the same time, but you want to tell the truth. That's what happened. Nobody wants to offend Nima. But at the same time, there were people who were brave to say what they wanted to say. And I also want to say the third part. You know, I like what Yaya said. Yaya showed and brushed off that Grand Jide and people from Grand Jide had nothing to do with Prince Johnson's death. We made our peace with Prince Johnson a long time. His speech was very clear. But if you will remember anything today, you should remember Jeremiah Cohn's voices that will echo in the corridor of power and politics. And I know Joseph Barker will call Jeremiah Cohn later and say, why did you say that? Why did you say that? Why did you accuse me? Why did you come to tell me in my face that I was sitting down there because I refused to speak to Prince Johnson? I don't know how some people will even be at Prince Johnson's funeral, but there are more to come. More to come. The people that Nima, we have to tell them. If they don't know their enemy, they don't know their friends, we will tell them their friends and their enemy. And it's just starting. Some people will be afraid to say it. Some people will be bold to say it. I'll be one of the people who will be bold to say it. Because Nima is my neighbor, more than a neighbor. And the people there, they are my family. So I will be brave to tell them that the thing that is happening to Nimbayans is right on the needle that is juking them is right on their feet. Until they remove that needle, they lift their feet up, they will not see that needle. And that needle is the man who stands tall among them. I will pause and we'll discuss those things later on.
Yes, indeed, we need to discuss it. We need to invite everyone. You watch the Prince Johnson funeral today. I want to welcome my dear sister, Jackie. It's always good having you. We're going to make progress. Thank God you came just in time. I want to listen to you. Then we'll bring Gabriel Rotno in for 1 minute. Ignore Yeni. We get Kabas Lassa. All the guys will be joining us for 1 minute. After we listen to you, we're going to be bringing in Honorable Akaris Mosi Gray. Guys, those of you that have the link, go on Facebook and share the show. You are on Spoon Talk. We want to hear from you for 1 minute while you make your case on the funeral of the late Senator Prince Yeru Johnson. Jackie, welcome to the show, man.
Thank you, Stanton. Hello to everyone, and hello to Liberians in Liberia and in the diaspora. Happy Saturday to everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Jackie, we'll give you your time to do your intro before we get into the conversation. Then we'll go to Honorable Gray for his. What you make today, our only topic for tonight is the funeral ceremony for the late Senator Prince Yeru Johnson. What you make of what you saw today on Facebook?
Yeah, Stanton, Prince Johnson, the former senator, warrior, hero of Nima County, he had a real state funeral. I mean, everybody went all out at all levels, the government, the citizens, private sector, what have you, partners went out to make sure they participated in this funeral of an icon who is highly, highly influential and will go down in history as one of the most influential persons in modern history in Liberia. There's a lot to say about what happened, what's been unfolding. It's unfortunate at this time that Prince Johnson has passed away, but who are we to question what the Lord says? But he was given a funeral for somebody like Prince Johnson. I mean, I'm sure wherever he is right now, he's pleased with his homegoing celebration. So I'll leave it at that for now, and until we go into further discussions. But well done with his funeral services.
Jackie, thank you very much. Thank you a lot. Honorable Gray is here. Honorable Gray, talk to us. Welcome to the show, sir.
Let me state this here clearly. Thank you very much, Adam. I experienced. You getting me?
Yes, somebody playing something. Can we just mute, please?
Hello?
You good now? You good? Go ahead.
No, not me.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I'm sorry because I have a bad going into Oregon. Okay, I have a very bad internet tonight. since there, I don't know why the both companies just having some problem. I don't know whether it's my line, but I will try my best. But basically, again, I just wanted to use this occasion to say bravo to Grand Cape County. You see, I'm in my regalia tonight. At least we qualify to be in Morovia, and we wish to face any county, any one of you on the show against Grand Cape County. We are prepared to face you. I know we both for Grand Cape County. I know. But basically, the funeral itself today, like I said yesterday, I did not want to talk much about the burial. Now that the burial is over, but the funeral has its own pros and cons in terms of the takeaways from the funeral today, the tributes. I think that was for me, that was the turning point. The tribute from the youth leader of MDR, the National Executive Committee, because the youth leader is a member of the National Executive Committee. They allow him to speak. Thomas Demle Yaya and tribute, and I also the direct or indirect response from Honorable Richardson, the president himself. So yes, there were some takeaways today. Maybe we can have those discussion. And but again, I love the fact that the bearer brought about almost all national leaders or representation from different walks of life, whether political, whether ethnic, whether religious. You had people from different backgrounds. And I thought that it's a unique occasion that the current president of the Republic of Liberia will seize the moment to bring the country together under one umbrella. So, and at that program, I also thought that it will reach out to other people right on the program, just shake hands, interact with some other people on the program, you know. But again, it's over, and we hope that we can learn a lesson from the process. But today, actually, the funeral has some political undertones. If you look at the end of it, there was some political undertones from the tribute itself, and I don't want to blow our own trumpet, but you saw when President Weah arrived in Bon County and subsequently in Nema County. I mean, you saw jubilant crowd, which is obvious. Okay, so Senator Johnson, the late, I would not say was, it's a politician. The title goes along with him. So I would not say was, it's a politician, a religious man, a controversial character also in terms of dealing with certain situation. Sometimes it's not that predictable. I'm not saying it negatively, but basically, so all of those things interspiced with the funeral today, and which was, yeah, it was just it.
Very much. Thank you very much. I'm going to take our first online fan for today. 1 minute, then we'll come back on and speak. One more will join us later. We're going to welcome Gabriel Lappner. Gabriel, welcome to the show. It's good. Welcome to the show. It's good having you. Are you with us? If you are, we gave you 1 minute. What do you make about the Prince Johnson funeral today?
Thank you, Stanton. Thank you, Dr. Francis, Isaac Doe, all of you. Thanks ever so much for the show. I've been following Gilson Jeru. What I made about the funeral today is the president has work to do, Stanton. The president has to be the fixer in chief. He has to go beyond. I don't care. You know, I reasoned with Uncle Sam today. You can build infrastructures. You can fix whatever you want to fix. The first thing to fix is the people. There's a need for genuine reconciliation in Liberia Center. The president needs to put his house back in order and reconcile the Liberian people. The hurt is deep, and I believe that during that occasion, it was the opportunity where everybody was gathered to reconcile our people to have been the beginning. So I want to ask the president to be the reconciler in chief and bring the Liberian people together, or else we are far from the end. That's what I think.
Gabriel Lodno, thank you. I know you will be watching from the back. It's good having you. Like many of our fans, please. Sylvester Chinoplay, can you share the link? Share the link continuously. Let's bring in the guys to speak to what you saw today as far as the entire funeral program for Prince Eddie Johnson. Gabriel, thank you, man. When we get to the other conversation, it's good having you, sir. Thank you. All right, let me come on the show. Welcome to the show, Fandela Patrick. Dr. Richardson, I want to start with you. Let me say my own. I'm trouble. You asked me, you said, Stanton, why are you trouble? I would tell the Liberian people why I'm trouble today. At some point in your life, because who knows? We all over here, we're going to reach 70 like Uncle Sam, or past 70 and be 80 like Joseph Yimabwaka. But what we saw today, I'm concerned. I'm concerned because the people, they are not united, but I'm more concerned because of the shifting of the political landscape. That's my fear, and that's why I'm troubled. I'm more concerned because shifting is taking place in Liberia. I'm more concerned because people are saying to every one of us, can't you see? Can't you hear that you are losing? You are losing the bread and butter issue. You are losing everything you champion and everything you promise the Liberian people. You are losing. And that's my fear, and that's my trouble. While we welcome our brother from Della Patrick, I'm going to go about to play some of the clips. And then we'll start with Della Patrick to address some of the issue as we play them. Today's program, former President George Manawia, former other political parties member, come to the current Joseph Yimabwaka, the president, the vice president, the current vice president, and everyone else. But who was in charge? Who took the responsibility to speak about unity? We all know Prince Johnson. I can sit here and tell you my story about Prince Johnson when we were picking a small round D12 feet. I always tell this story. And he would take his guitar and he said, oh, how I love Jesus. He would play the guitar, we'd come around and just admire him playing. The rest of his activities were just so young. We didn't follow through. Because all we knew in our mind, Prince Johnson brought food. He brought a sugar bag. He brought a mackerel from the fish, the custard, right by the, Uncle Sam, you know that Bowman Bridge, where they had a Maserati group of fishery, right there. Bust the place open. All of our family, the whole weekend time had mackerel fish. Everybody was happy they were eating mackerel. The flour and the sugar came from Freeport. We were happy we had something to eat. I know you have the dark days. Well, at the end, today, folks miss an opportunity. And that's the opportunity I want us to talk about. General Patrick, what went wrong today at the Prince Johnson funeral, my brother?
So, CEO, thank you. Let me use this medium to say we are sorry for the loss of Senator Prince Johnson. To the people of Nimba, I want to say we are sorry. When I say we, me, and on behalf of my family, I want to say never mind. I know you've been good to most of us. Personally, I schooled in Nimba, specifically at the Bishop Carroll High School. The great people of Nimba gave me education. I know what they stand for. When they say no, they say no. They are definite. They don't pretend. They are not cowards. But CEO, what I saw today, I saw a play of 2029. I don't think the happening was a funeral. It was like a debate of who has control of the political landscape of the country. It's like when you invite intellectuals to debate national issues, people want to display their intellectual might. maybe to suppress others or to score political marks. Like you said, I expected someone to have stolen the show, to state clearly that in as much as things happened in the past, the individual in question has left us with all the wahalas in this country. Like Charles Gangetilo said, if I am the problem, I will pack my satoka and go. The problems are still here. I expected people to detune their political languages, to bury this man in line with his Christian values. Prince Johnson did not die as a rebel. He died as a Christian. He died as a pastor. And as such, we needed to honor the dead. The political statements, whatever happened in the past, for me, it was inappropriate today. We needed to reconcile this country. I wanted somebody to have stolen the show, to say clearly, I know during this time there are controversies, given the kind of life our father lived. Prince Johnson was never born as a rebel. Certain things made him to become a rebel leader. But over the period of time, he became a Christian. He gave a life to Christ. I am now God to judge him. But I expected all these political statements, how he did this, how he was betrayed, this person did not stand for him. It further divided us today. It was a missed opportunity. And during funeral of this nature, we needed to be very careful that the more we speak our political intentions, people will not be happy. Today, for me, I saw it as a missed opportunity.
Thank you very much. It's always good. Let's go into a conversation. Welcome to the show, Dr. Poplar. We'll get to you. I'm going to go ahead and play some of the videos and we can discuss it. I want to welcome all of you. I know I can see you, Prince Carlon, and the rest of the guys in the back. We'll bring you guys on. Let's have a very interesting show tonight. From the Prince Johnson funeral, different individuals spoke. Dr. Richardson, I'm going to start with, I don't know which one you want me to start with because I have over 20 or 30 different videos that we have uploaded. Let me come to you, Dr. Richardson. You can call for your own video, and then we can discuss it. We'll go around the block with Ashley Do, Uncle Sam Jackson, Gibson Jared, my brother, Honorable Akaris Mosu, Great Jackie, Dr. Poplar, and Vedetta Patrick. Dr. Richardson, a lot of people have concern. The pictures is rolling on social media, but we are yet again talking about a missed opportunity, the death of Prince Johnson. And the unfortunate part is that we're passing this, then what?
Is that a question? We passed this after the funeral, then what?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh. Well, that's a lot of a question. Then what? I think we saw, the next election circle on display. It was like people were campaigning at the funeral. Maybe that is what. Maybe people are now taking positions as to what's going to happen in 2029. So to answer your question, that's a bit of what I saw. People were kind of dropping campaign messages for 2029. But I think a greater message than what I saw, then what to answer your question is that I think it showed us that Liberia is not like in this country. Some people think that Liberia is just a melting pot. It's a country where everybody are similar, everybody, some people like to present that sort of a profile of Liberia, but it showed us Liberia does have different cultures, different people, different ethnicity. ethnicity. And also, what the greatest part is, there's also a group of haves and have not. I mean, you saw the haves on display and the have not on display. A place of with significant underdevelopment and sometimes development. It's a place where we saw spectators of the economy and participants in the economy. So I think then what is what we saw today, those messages. I think when one of our viewers were here, he said he wanted to see a fixer in chief. So we can ask, our question is, then what is, then we need to have a leader who will be the fixer in chief, a leader who's going to put Liberianization policy at first. Okay. And what I mean by that is, like, Prince Johnson advocated for NIMBA. He was a strong advocate for NIMBA. Though some may say extend it to Liberia, but if you extend that to Liberia, it would sound like, a leader who is maybe shaking the hands of all leaders, regardless of political parties, doing a counted tour, which we've been asking for, not going to other African countries, but a counted tour that will sort of solidify and emphasize and amplify unity among our people, among Liberian people. Respect our different cultures, but yet and still what we share, what runs through us, all of us, is Liberia. I expect the president, fixer in chief, would have little small talks, little small meetings. Let the public see him being in a state of unity with all of the opposition leaders publicly. Let them take pictures together. Let them have meetings. Let them strategize as to how they can bring unity and improve our country. And that's, I think, is the then what. That's what we need to move forward to. I have more to say, stand up, but I wouldn't want to monopolize the group. I'll not be like some of my fellow panelists here. So I'll stop for now.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. We want to appreciate your input on this. Let me put the first video up, and then we'll go to Asado, and then we'll bring in the rest of the guys.
Senator Johnson's past is intertwined with some of the painful chapters of our country's history. Forever.
Okay, I don't know. I'm trying to get a whole clip of that video. I want to go to Jackie to address this 9-second play while we get the rest of it. Cholo play, can you please give us at least 2 minutes of what the president was driving at? But let me play this now second, and we'll go to Sister Jackie to speak to this, and then we'll do the roundtable on this. I think it will be the best thing to put each video up and we discuss them. So let me play this again.
Senator Johnson's past is intertwined with some of the painful chapters of our country's history. Forever.
Oh, okay. So Jackie, talk to us. The president was driving. He was addressing something here, Jackie. You're muted, Jackie. Can you unmute?
What the president said, and the president, by the way, his tribute was a very good one and a conciliatory one for the country as well. What he said, Senator Johnson past is intertwined with some of the painful chapters of our country's history. However, as someone who ultimately embraced the path of peace, it is important to acknowledge that in his later years, Senator Johnson worked diligently to promote healing in our nation. That's what the president said. The president in his speech later talked about peace and reconciliation and the importance of us to unite as a country. So basically, this funeral today, when you go to someone's funeral, is that person's homegoing, that should be about the person. Yes, he was not a private citizen, he was a public figure, an icon, a major icon in our political sphere. And yes, there are pasts of Prince Johnson, and the president acknowledged all of that holistically. And in the end, calling for peace and reconciliation for the country. I heard Sam Jackson talk about This government is not about uniting the people. Sam Jackson, yeah, I know you always like to play politics, but what you said is 100% wrong, because from the very first day, even on the campaign trail and today, the president consistently talks about inclusion, regardless of people's political background, their ethnic background, their religious background. This president is more a president of inclusion than the past government was. But we're not going to focus on politics here today. Today was a funeral of Prince Johnson.
Thank you.
People see him a hero. Some people see him as a controversial figure, and some people are still feeling the pain today. We must recognize all these things holistically into what the late Prince Johnson was. But regardless of how we feel, he was an influential icon in our political sphere.
Jackie, thank you very much. Again, guys, let's do the 2 minutes to have enough time to discuss the issue. Uncle Sam, she called your name. The president.
I don't care whether Jackie calls my name. I don't have to respond to her. Let's look at the reality. Let's look at the reality. If you say Prince Johnson was a part of the painful thing of Liberian history, what about Ellen Johnson, that you served as vice president for 12 years? Who was banned by the TRC?
She's still alive.
Be quiet, please.
Jackie, I beg you.
Please be quiet for 1 second. Let me talk.
But Jackson, but this is a complete whole issue.
I beg you guys. Mr. Jackson.
This is what I'm saying.
Right to speak for
this is what I'm
minutes,
saying to you. This is what I'm saying to you. When you serve as vice president over the finance in chief of the war that killed 250,000 people, where the TRC said that this lady should be banned for 30 years, and you serve as vice president, you don't have the moral authority to mention that Prince Johnson was part of our painful past at his funeral. That's denigration. That's complete denigration. That's opening up wounds. Prince Johnson, but the people of Nimba County, is a hero, a man who prevented the deaths of hundreds of thousands of Nimbayans, who protected Nimba County, and today Nimba County is a thriving and prosperous county because Prince Johnson was able to do what?
Thank you. I'm watching the time, guys. 2 minutes is 2 minutes. Thank you very much. Yes. We are playing the 9-second clip of President Bouaka. Honorable Akaris most agree. What say you? You got to unmute, Honorable Gray. Unmute yourself, please.
Yeah, you can always mute me, so I got to unmute from here. But basically, the same brother Jackson struck a very important point. If I were reading the speech of the president, I would not have had that as an opening statement to recount the historical past of Prince Johnson. That is a takeaway. That's why when I said there were takes away, we got to be realistic. Look, I've been around president. I've served 2 different governments. I don't have sometimes people can be sycophantic. Maybe there could be an argument that try to balance it because there are a group of people who are anti-Prince Johnson. There are another group from Nema who see him as a national hero. So we got to balance the thesis, the antithesis with the thesis. So what the president did was that the thesis may have been he has done a pretty good job. But what was the antithesis? Look, this man was involved in the bloody past. This man executed people. He chose to repent at a point in time. For me, that was the message. Was it a good message from the president? No, it wasn't a good message. It was a dangerous takeaway. And sometimes when sycophants surround the presidency and begin to cheer, they create a kind of danger. You don't look into the face of the leader and tell the leader the truth. Because the first blame comes For us, we'll not be looking at the writer of the speech. We'll be looking at the president. You know, I'm an opposition. Clear cut, that's my responsibility. What you said is what I hang on, positively or negatively. It's my job and my duty. Okay. So frankly speaking, we'll go to the other statements because I got more interest in the MDR statement that shows internal rift.
We
But
got to do
for
it
what
by
Sam
clip
said,
by clip. Thank you, Honorable Greg. Yes, we're
yeah.
going to go to all of the clip today. If you get more Senator me, we're going to upload them. I'm going to go to Asido.
Listen, I beg you, please, before you go to Asido, let me just interrupt you. I know you don't want to. I just asked today that we respect each other. Uncle Sam, quite frankly, I didn't really appreciate the way that you spoke to.
Oh, I can tell her to be quiet. I can tell her to be quiet so I can talk.
No, Sam.
I didn't say shut up. I said be quiet, let me talk.
No, Papa, this one you are
No,
wrong.
am I wrong? I can tell her to be quiet. I can tell her to be quiet so I can talk.
I said my piece. My piece is I did not love the
way you will not talk to your wife like that.
Yes, I can talk to my wife and I be quiet, let me talk. Be quiet, let me talk.
Everybody, that's okay, man. You guys pushing fire here, please. Jackie will address this thing by herself, guys. Let's move on. Stop. Please. It's okay. Let's move on. Jackie will have a time to address this. You know, that when we do these things, then we cause more trouble. I beg you, Honorable Gray, let's move on.
Thank you, everybody. Yes.
Yeah. Jackie will address it. I said,
didn't have to lose it.
The 9-second clip, let's hear you. What you make of the precedent comment in that line?
Well, you know, if you ask me, I would be more interested in other clips, some of which we share, but on this 9 minutes or 9 seconds clip, though, the funeral service took place in Nimba County. And the person whose funeral service it was, no one else but Senator Johnson. Senator Johnson was in the mix of his people, those who adore him and see him as hero. He was not amongst those who, I shouldn't say see now because he's gone, who saw him as not hero, but those that actually, every time they speak, they say, Prince Johnson is our leader, is our hero. There where President Barker went to scold him. President Barker didn't see any other day to talk about the painful past of Liberia and how Prince Johnson past life is as the reason of that past. It was at his funeral amongst the people of Nimba when the people were celebrating the life of their hero. People can spin, people can defend, but I think it was a wrong judgment again on the part of the president. You don't go in the house of a grieving family and be saying all of the worst thing about the person they are grieving. There are plenty other days you could say anything you want to say. But not blaming Senator Johnson for Liberia's painful past right in the midst of his people when they are celebrating him. This only proves that the president has taken the level of hate he had towards the late senator, even in Nimba. As we have said, the senator said the president wasn't speaking to him, even blocked his phone number. Must you take it to Nimba too, to rub it in the faces of the people that Senator Johnson is the reason for the painful past of our country? I think it was a misjudgment. I think it was a wrong venue, and I think it was a wrong voice.
Also, thanks for your input. I'm going to bring in Gibson, Jeru. Brother Gibson, what do you make of it, though?
What I think of it is what did Prince Johnson do to Joseph Barker so much that even at his death and funeral, that you have to rub the mud in the faces of Nimba people. What did he do? You know, we have a tradition. If they are burying the corpse of an individual, the dead body of an individual, our people say you can't take because you can take the dead and throw it on the dead body. But our people say he who takes the dead and throw it in the face of the body has more questions than answers. That's what Joseph Boyka did. He took the mud and threw it in Prince Johnson's dead body face. What bitter past? Even in the presence of that diabolical statement, Senator Kuhn confirms that one of the most hater of Joseph Boyka, of Prince Johnson, was sitting in the funeral service. And that person was Joseph Boyka. The people who did not want to speak to you, the people who call us speak for you and Stanton, you have that clip. They can back up my statement. The people who refuse to speak to you, Nima people, they paid the people that refuse to speak to Prince Johnson are getting high blood pressure. The people are sitting down here. And what did Prince Johnson say? Stanton, if you can play that clip as my backup, I'll be glad. Even though we are talking about a 9-second clip.
Yeah, we gotta do it clip by clip, please. We'll play all the
Johnson himself confirms that the moment President Boyka became president, he refused to speak to him. And Joseph and Jeremiah Kuhn came into the last days when Nimbayan had handkerchief on their face, wiping down their tears and wearing black, telling goodbye to their soldier. And then Joseph Boyka wanted to remind them, you know, the whole bad thing we've been having in the country, they put the country upside down like this, they put the country spoiled like this, that you're some Prince Johnson. What did Prince Johnson do to him particularly? We the grand genius, we feel sorry for Prince Johnson's death. Even Thomas Yaya, who is a federal warlord, feels sorry for Prince Johnson. Reconciliatory. And Joseph Boyka, who did not fight Prince Johnson, he telling Nima people they are son here who laying down, you're celebrating. He was one of the reasons.
Thank you for thank you very much for sharing. Thank you for sharing. I'm going to thank you very much, Gibson, Jeru. From that, Patrick, let's hear you.
Yeah, CEO, I think it's imperative to state clearly that to base an argument on just 9-second speech, it won't do justice to the orator. I would love to have maybe like 3 minutes to really diagnose the intentionality of the president when he made that statement. But 9 seconds is not sufficient enough to place a dark cloud on the president's statement, trying to demean, you know, the legacy of Senator Prince Johnson. In my mind, I think the president was trying to recollect. Like everybody said, Yaya nameless spoke. He recounted, you know, their interactions. Other people spoke. They mentioned about the past. The other day, Senator Dillon was here. Everybody had a way of trying to, you know, remember. But again, like I said, the only missed opportunity that I saw was we did not use the platform to reconcile. To say, look, everything happened. This is about time to forge ahead. There's no way you will preach reconciliation without mentioning the past. And I would have loved to listen to a lengthy speech of the president before making any judgment. But 9 seconds is insufficient to categorize his statement as something trying to demean the legacy of Senator Prince Johnson. I want to listen to it.
The speech is in the chat room. Do yourself the honor and listen to it while we cut more portion of that speech to share it. Dr. Bopler, welcome to the show. Let's hear you, sir.
Thank you, Stanton, and good evening to all my friends, panelists, and those who are listening. and watching. My wife was in the Prince Johnson area from Logan Town, the Prince Johnson control area during the war. I have no time to tell you the horrors. By God's grace, she's alive. I think one of our challenge as a people is that we're afraid to face the past. And when we're afraid to face the past, the future that we're capable of will constantly be deferred. The president, I only heard a 9-second clip. There's a thing called text and then context. I agree with VP. It's not enough to draw any serious conclusions. But the president, I heard in the 9-second, he talked about the painful past. Yes, you can make the case that there were other players from back then. True. But at the funeral where the president was, he's speaking as the president. He's saying words of condolence. He acknowledges a hero, but also saying, Liberia, don't forget. Because we shouldn't forget. We shouldn't forget. So that we learn from our past and we carve for ourselves a better future. It's a hero, no doubt. Name our people, PYJ, absolutely. But please, Liberia, don't forget, this was not a Nimba war. It affected people across the country. There are people living today with the scars, emotional, psychological, and physical. A war that so many people were part of. So I'm thankful. The celebration went on. I pray peace, comfort for PYJ's family, and I believe his soul is going to heaven because he repented. Let's learn. Let's learn from the past and let's move forward. I don't know what the president said that was so egregious. It may not have seemed appropriate to some, but I think the real question is, was it true? Was it true? And I think the answer is yes. Not just PYJ, but plenty people were part of the painful past. And plenty of them still serving government today. But the president made that mention, and I don't see what's wrong with that. I think let's learn and move forward.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Well said. I'm going to bring in the Honorable UJ Fadiga, and then we're going to go to the next clip.
Stanton.
Thank you, Stanton.
I don't think I spoke because
Wait. Guys. Fadiga, I think you're coming in a very horrible way, though. So, guys, let's just all mute. Fadiga, hold on 1 minute. Don't leave there. Let's see where the problem's from. Jackie, can you say something? Unmute yourself, Jackie. Say something.
I said I was also be after Dr. Brockler.
You good.
So can I talk? Because I was after him, but you shifted us around.
Yeah, Jackie, can you mute yourself? Let's see if the problem from Fadiga, please. Can you mute? Thank you. Fadiga, can you go ahead?
Yes, Stanton, can you hear me? Is it coming?
Yeah, it's coming from you. Can you get out and come back in, please? It's coming for you. Jackie, go ahead. Talk to us, my sister.
Okay, thank you so much, Stanton. I'm going to use my few minutes to read the president's speech given to me so that everybody can understand the context for which he spoke.
She was the first to speak.
No, I was not. Please don't interrupt me. Please don't interrupt me.
Guys, wait.
She spoke.
Yeah,
no, I did not.
Jackie, you spoke, Jackie. You spoke, and I responded to you.
Yes, you spoke.
That was before. All right, let me just read the president's speech. Don't interrupt me. Stanton said I should speak. Y'all, please stop it.
Nobody spoke.
But I beg you, guys.
Tribute delivered by His Excellency Joseph Liman Sr.
If we are going for the second round,
let me just use my 2 minutes to just read the tribute.
Jackie, wait. Honorable Greg, please.
Yeah.
Jackie should speak, please. Jackie, go ahead.
Thank you very much.
Right? So once
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I beg
Can I
you.
start now? Can I go
Yes,
ahead?
Jackie,
Thank you
go ahead.
very much, Stanton. Tribute delivered by His Excellency Joseph Newman Boyka Sr., President of the Republic of Liberia, to the memory of the late Senator Prince Yomi Johnson. Here it is. With sympathy to his widow, family, friends, supporters, and the people of Nimba, and a sense of reflection, I join you in memorializing the late Senator Prince Y. Johnson of Nimba County. As we come together to mourn his loss, we also take a moment to reflect on his profound influence on our nation's political landscape. Senator Prince Y. Johnson was a man of many complexities, someone whose life was shaped by the intricacies of our history. His role in Liberia's political evolution was nothing short of impactful, and he will forever be etched in the annals of our national history. His presence in the political arena was both commanding and formidable. Senator Johnson had an extraordinary ability to rally people, particularly in his home county of Nimba. His political acumen and capacity to connect with the masses earned him admiration from his supporters and respect from even his critics. It was this very strength, his remarkable ability to influence and lead, that allowed him to be a force not only in Nimba County, but across Liberia. His leadership transcended regional lines, and he became a key figure in shaping our democratic process. Senator Johnson's past is intertwined with some of the painful chapters of our country's history. However, as someone who ultimately embraced the path of peace, it is important to acknowledge that in his later years, Senator Johnson worked diligently to promote healing in our nation. He often described himself as a man of peace, someone who had witnessed the consequences of division and sought to bridge those gaps through reconciliation. One of his significant contributions to the nation before his passing was his public support for the establishment of a war crimes court for Liberia, which he endorsed as a senator by approving the legislature's joint resolution. In addition to his political and military influence, Senator Johnson also found solace in his faith by embracing the role of a pastor. This transition reflected his desire to
Jackie,
not just with his fellow Liberians, but also with God.
Jackie, are you reading the entire speech?
So people can understand. Let me just read 2 more paragraphs.
Say that again.
So will we our own leader speech
Read
too?
2 more paragraphs. Like many of us, he sought to come with terms of his past and find peace with the Creator. This journey of spiritual reconciliation speaks to the universal longing for redemption and healing, resonating with all of us. As a nation that has faced significant challenges, we must pursue genuine reconciliation and find peace with both our past and ourselves. I recognize the ongoing debate surrounding his past. After nearly 4 decades as a central figure in our history, should serve as an opportunity to unite us rather than divide us. I believe this is what Senator Johnson would have wanted.
Thank you, Jazz. Thank you very much, Jackie. Thank you for reading portion of probably all of this speech. I thought you were just reading the line or the paragraph that we are talking about, but that's okay. I want to bring you Honorable Kadiga. Are you okay now?
Thank you, Jackie. Is it better now?
Yeah.
All right. Stanton, I was here. I'm still in Nima for that matter. So I was.
Your internet is bad, Fadiga.
I think he's playing some audio. He's playing some audio there.
Fadiga, are you playing anything in the back?
No, I'm not playing nothing in the back. No audio. Somebody's mic is on. I'm hearing sound from somebody.
Everybody should mute.
Everybody should mute. I'm hearing sound from somebody mic.
Everybody need to mute.
Yeah, I'm not hearing that sound anymore. So am I clear now? Yeah, so as I was saying, I'm still in New. I was at the event today. It's nothing like I have seen before. I've listened to the different clips. I saw some of the issues that happened today. But I would say this. I listened to Dr. Brople. And why I do not want to discount what anybody went through in this place, I will tell a personal story. And hopefully it will give a sense of what we are dealing with. Sometime in 1990, I had 3 family members that came from Nima. They were young, about my age now, or young guys. They went to buy food. It was in the heat of the war. 3 of them were murdered, one in front of the Bedell Funeral Home, one in front of our doorstep, and then another one a few steps from where my mom had a little mini pharmacy. In their own times, where they had ID cards from Nima, they have fled Nima County during the war and come to seek refuge in Bikini, and they were murdered. And at that time, it was Chad Judo and some other guys that were doing it. There was a guy called Ray. He recognized my mom as the director of nurses at the hospital and said, Mrs. Masha, go back inside. And he fired in the air, and there how they went inside, left those bodies laying there. They are buried behind the house now, and they went to compound number 2. Number 1, I think number 1. And there where they stayed for some time. There are so many different stories. I don't want to go into who felt what. But Prince Johnson, what I saw today is a man, and this is in reference to the president's speech. This is why this president's speech was important, and I think it hit the nail on the point. It was measured, but it speaks about a man that united the country today, that actually brought now you have united the country, but this man brought the entire Liberia, who's who in Liberia, to Nima County. Prince Johnson, some people say, oh, you and me, we're not carrying money. But Prince Johnson succeeded because he did something. He uplifted his people. That is not something that we see a lot with Liberian politicians. Prince Johnson was a selfless leader. He may not have given physical cash to people, but Prince Johnson did not only uplift his hometown or his county, he uplifted his people. The vice president, my good friend, told a story about where the former senator took him from to where he is today, and he laid down every step of the way. There are so many people, whoever hand he put up, they became president. He was not an ordinary figure. Chew up, look, you guys keep quiet. Look, it's so funny that people will come from this thing that they can politicize this thing and bring division in Nima County and try to score political points with the thing. We saw the clown show today by some individual that were wearing partisan emblem and trying to.
We're gonna get all of it, Fadiga. Let's play the difference.
Yeah. But let me just end this train of thought. Look, what I'm saying here today is that Prince Johnson did something that I've never seen in my entire life on this earth in Liberia. Johnson brought every well-known Liberian that supposed to be somebody in this town to Nima County. It says a lot about him.
Thank you.
That he was a selfless leader, and he took his people. He did not only protect them in the 90s, but he uplifted this town. And Nima County right now is one of the most progressive cities, and I want us to remember that about what happened today.
Thank you very much, Fadiga. Guys, this is what we're going to do. I'm begging every one of you. If you want to moderate, let me know. I will step aside. You moderate. but please, we shouldn't interrupt. You know, we have over 8,000 live following you, 100,000 on the radio. Let's give our follower the chance to listen to us. Please do not interrupt.
Stanton, you guys have nothing to.
I beg you, I have to mute you because you know when we open both mics, the sound is bad. I will have to say to all of you, please. I'm moderating. Let's just follow the 2-minute talking point time, and then we'll make progress. Please, to all of you. I'm going to play the next.
You the host. You the host. Mute people.
Thank you.
It's your show. You the host. 2 minutes is 2 minutes. Just mute the people and
you were here. You didn't talk Fariga talk for 7 minutes. Where were you?
Thank you, Dr. Bob Black. Let's make progress, guys. I'm going to go ahead and play the next clip. The next clip after Jose Yumabwaka, the entire 6 minute, 7-second clip is out there. If you want to read it and make some comment further, that's fine. I'm going to play the one out that actually of importance also, like every one of them. Let's play this.
Mr. President, at the end of 2022, around December, Senator Johnson called me in the morning through Mary Yelu and said, Jerry, get yourself prepared for leadership. I want you to run for the presidency. And I asked him, I said, President for what team, Mr. Senator? And he asked me, are you a friend? I said, I'm not a friend, Senator, but he just said President. He said President of Liberia. He said, MTR. I'm the leader of MTR. I contested the presidency 2 times in this country. I keep both third and fourth. I'm getting older. I want you to go for it. Mr. President, we came to compound here. Senator Johnson cast the white ballot and told the Myanmar people that this was your political leader of the MDR. Mr. President, right after that, when I got in married, you called me and said, Jerry, I need to see you. And I went.
Okay, again, I don't have time to play the rest of the clip, so you can go ahead and listen to it. That's fine. But we're going to speak to what we played, please. I'm going to go back down to Dr. Richardson, go down to Uncle Sam, Honorable Gray, and the rest of the team. Let us know what you make of the Jeremiah Kwankun funeral remarks.
I'm going to go back a little bit, and I know I have 2 minutes to state this. One of the things that we Liberians are in the habit of doing is lying at people's funeral. A lot of times when we go to funerals, we say things that that the person, characters and qualities that the person did not possess. So I believe that the president, this one time at this funeral, spoke exactly what he felt and thought about Prince Johnson. And I think the president was fair and right. Prince Johnson is a complex figure in our country. He could be described as, he could be described as somebody who caused a lot of pain to some people. He also caused a lot of joy to some people. And I think that's what the president was mentioning. And at the end of his life, he called for reconciliation. And I think that's what the president was saying. But so the tape, I saw Vice President Kuhn say that Prince Johnson called him and wanted him to be president. I called into question the qualification of a president. Okay, I'm not saying that Kuhn is not qualified, but you can't just call someone and say, just because you're a member of my party and I'm getting old, therefore you should be the next leader. You should run for president of our country. Maybe I'm reading this wrong, but I believe that there should be at least some assessment done to see if you possess the qualities and the qualifications of whatever it takes to be a president of a country. So I rest my case with that, Stanton.
Thank you very much. Uncle Sam, what do you make of Vice President Kuhn remark?
Well, I think it was a fair remark, but I just want to go back to what Jackie read and what Fariga was amplifying. You do not use the words of politicians to determine their objectives and their actions. My Wata, my Mary, if Joseph Jimmy Boka truly believed that Prince Jeru Johnson is a man of peace and he had used his time on this earth to reconcile the people, he would have never agreed to institute a war and economic crimes court where Prince Johnson was the #1 culprit. He would never have done that. His actions, Madam Salif cleverly kicked the king down the road for 12 years. George Weah cleverly kicked the king down the road. But because of Alan White and other rabble-rousers and other troublemakers who always like to intervene in the affairs of Liberia for pecuniary benefits, the war started in 1989. Today, 2025 is 36 years. Most of the participants in the war are dead. They are wearing diapers. They have dementia. You cannot institute a war and economic crime court 36 years after a war. The Civil War in the United States of America. Who was prosecuted? Jefferson Davis? Robert E. Lee? Ask yourself, you went to school in America, you learned American history. That's the first college course you could take. Who was prosecuted? Was there a war and economic crime court set up by the Americans? Are you crazy? Asking us to institute a divisive war and economic crime court and targeting the man who was responsible to make you president. And since he made you president, you haven't spoken to him. And then you want to come and say today that this man is a great man, is a man of peace, is a reconciler. And brothers, this is hypocrisy. The hypocrisy of Joseph Jiman Boka was on full display today. I rest my case.
Let me bring in Asido.
So I have a quick question. Was my own big brother, the vice president, selling his political ambition? Was he campaigning or was he paying tribute to a dead body? I just have a little advice for the vice president. Paying tribute to a dead body should be about the dead body, not about your political campaign. What about saying Prince Johnson was a good man who liked to educate people? Is it only about Prince Johnson want to make me president? I got to be president. Prince Johnson said I can't be president. I don't think that was the good message. Was the vice president paying tribute to a dead body? Or was the vice president selling his political ambition? I mean, that's my own big brother, but I listened to it over and over. I kept asking myself, what exactly is the vice president saying? He's talking about the good works of Prince Johnson, or he's talking about what he wants to be in his political life. I mean, you got 365 days in a year. Today is just one day. You got 364 more days to talk about your political ambition. Right there, let's talk about Josh or Prince Johnson. Prince Johnson told plenty people to be senator, to be lawmaker. If everybody will go and say, oh, Prince Johnson come and say, I'm going to go be senator, you think, we talk about Prince Johnson now? I thought we should be paying tribute to the dead. I mean, we all listen to the clip. Again, some of us can come in and say the truth. I know everybody will defend it. I know everybody will come and say, oh, yeah, it's sweet, it's juicy, fine. But go and play the clip over and over. It's only about the Prince Johnson come and say, you will be president of Liberia. I said, president, what, how? He said, no, don't worry, you're scared, you'll be president. How? The vice president is not a member of MDR, but he won't be president on MDR ticket. I mean, how? It's just one piece of advice. I mean, I will be interested more in my own video to coming ahead, but let the president focus on paying tribute to the dead and not selling his political ambition on being president tomorrow. In my mind.
Thank you very much, Brother Gibson.
You know, when I hear Kun speak, several things run through my mind. And I think it's right. When you go talk about the dead, you restrict yourself to the dead. What he was doing, he was indicating his political ambition. But let's go back to what Jackie read. read the entire speech of the dark speech of President Walker. Jackie, if somebody come to your house, gave you all the praises, and before the person leave, and cost your mind, cost your power, you will not remember all the good things to say to you. That's what he did to the people of Nema. Nobody remember all the good things he said in that speech. What people remember, they should remind the Nema people that the man you are celebrating today is the cause of the problem we face in this country. That's what Nibarians remember. That is what Nibarians remember. You know what else Nibarians remember? Nibarians remember that Jeremiah Kuhn reminded them that you see Joseph Baker sitting over there. Prince Johnson made him president by talking to you to vote for him. Immediately he became president, he stopped talking to Prince Johnson. Not only that he stopped talking to Prince Johnson, he decided to bring war crime court. You know what else people, the Nima people remember? When the youth leaders and the executive of MDR, when they narrated to their brothers and sisters that when you see the man die today, he didn't die because of anything. He died because of Joseph Boyka. The war crime court that Joseph Boyka brought, it was what gave this man pressure that died. You know what else the poor remember? The poor remember that Joseph Boyka had no respect for the dead. I don't know if Joseph Boyka, well, I'm not going to say anything like that, but if somebody died and you go to their funeral, if my father died and you come to my father's funeral and you start talking nonsense about my father, I will slap the hell out of you.
Okay, let's move on. Let's move on.
Say, leave from here.
It's family program, Gibson. Like we always say in the back, we're going to just keep it to the conversation.
Okay, you're right. But what I'm saying is, you can't come to my father's funeral.
In 2 minutes, we'll get back to you. I want to bring in that.
I don't want to end my talk. You can't come to my father's funeral and tell me how wicked my father was. You didn't need to come there. You can wait another time to give your plethora of speeches. You can give all the speeches you want to give outside of my father. I'm crying. I'm still mourning. I'm still hurt. I'm still taking my father home. And you come to remind me about my father's wickedness. I don't accept that.
Thank you. Dr. Bopler, please.
Jackie, please send a copy of the president's speech to Gibson.
It's in the chat.
No, they didn't read the whole thing. Let him read it. But anyway, here's what I want to say, right? All I want to say, CEO, from the clip you showed, I see the vice president actually speaking about the influence of Prince Johnson. That Prince Johnson called him, encouraged him, and so that he can move from a senator to the next level. In fact, he was speaking about the dead, and he was speaking about the influence of the dead. That's on his own life. That's what I heard in that short clip.
Wow, thank you. Less than a minute. Let me bring Vandana Patrick. Your turn, VP.
Yeah, so CEO, like I said, it was a missed opportunity because we politicized the funeral. And my own big brother just confirmed that. It is imperative to state clearly that paying tribute at funeral within our culture and tradition, they are always associated to telling stories. And one of those stories told today by the vice president was just in line with the culture and tradition. You know, it's important that people do a historical analysis of cultural values so that we don't become oblivious of historical antecedents. The president said PYJ was a man with many complexities. That's true. From my readings, he was a soldier. From my reading, he was a warlord. From my readings, he was a pastor, a status he held until his death. You cannot deny this. He was a man of many complexities, political as well. He made Ellen Johnson Sirleaf deliver Nimba. She became president. That was complexity. John the CDC made John Weah president. That was complexity. Made JMB president. That was complexity. He had his church. To the extent that other political leaders are also emulating his example. But what I want to stress on tonight is the fact that, and this is to all Liberians, as I saw Liberians trooping to Nimba as a champion of war crime code, protested in this country, war crime code, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, war crime code, George Weah, war crime code. The very individuals who were at the forefront, war crime code, war crime code, we saw them in Nimba paying homage and identifying with the Biri family. All I can say is, CEO, this country, we are more united. I think politics is just a simple thing that devalues us. I always say this. Many of us are ex-combatants. They were intellectual ex-combatants. During the war, they were reading and writing Baba articles, inciting. Some of us were beyond the line, which I tell. Were selling ball eggs in Banga. I remember when Banga fell, people were celebrating. They said, oh, yes. And people died. Pastors were praying that some of us died because we were under Taylor control. Spiritual ex-combatants. Some of their prayers succeeded in killing our brothers and sisters. Then we have people who were directly involved with the arms, shooting and killing innocent people. What I can say tonight, the burial of Senator Prince Johnson, as he had brought all of us, or he brought the entire country together, like Fadika said, this is about time to deliver on our promises. When the people have jobs, and rule of law is restored. Let me conclude on this. When the people have jobs, rule of law is restored. People will not be thinking about the past. They'll be forging ahead. But what I can say is, I want to agree that PYJ was a man of many complexity. He was a soldier. He was a politician. He was a pastor. This is something you cannot erase.
Thank you very much. I beg you guys, because we got to bring in Paul Kennedy. They just put 1 or 2 in the back, and we'll bring in Paul Kennedy. Now, I'm going to say those of our followers that are joining us, we want you to just wait. After we finish, we want to hear you. But since we have Terry and Prince in the back, let me just bring them for 1 second, then we'll go to Honorable Gray. Okay, let me bring in Prince.
Are we allowed to ask questions?
Yes, we are. After these 2, I bring in only 2 of our followers that are working too long. Prince, make it quick. You got 1 minute. What do you make of the funeral today, Prince?
Hey, Stanton, you guys can hear me?
Yes, you are good.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you for bringing me on. Before I go ahead with my little information on the funeral today, I'd first like to ask a question. Is any of you guys on this show lost somebody close to you, like a brother or mother, during the Civil War in the hands of Prince Johnson? Okay.
Yeah, make your point. I'm backing you.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So I lost a brother. In the hand of Prince Johnson in 1992 at Bible College. And I lost my mom after she stressed so much about her older son. I lost her in 1998. So I lost my mom and my brother. My brother had no grave. My mom had no grave. So I lost 2 families in the face of the Civil War. Today, Prince Johnson funeral just brought back some little memories and some pains. And all I was looking for today is for somebody to just push out a little sympathy to the rest of the country. That's all I was looking for. I watched the entire funeral. I hold nothing against Prince Johnson. Prince Johnson apologized to the Dole family. He didn't apologize to the rest of the country. So I'm just looking for somebody today to just get on that podium and say to the rest of the country, we apologize. Or somebody that will just unite the country, bring us together so we forget about everything that happened. You know, when somebody died, it hurts you. When Prince Johnson died, I was not happy that he lost his life. I wanted to see him go before the War Crown Court because all I was looking for from Prince Johnson was to say sorry to the rest of the nation, which he didn't do. And today on that funeral stage, everybody else was pushing politics. And you know what they did? They forget about all the people that were hurt. The 250,000 people that died during the war that was hurt. My brother have no grave today. My mom have no grave today. I'm fortunate today I'm in the United States, but my family died during that Civil War. And it hurt me today to see Prince Johnson had a good funeral. He's going to be buried. He has a grave. His family will go and see him every other day when they please. Did you see that hall they building for Prince Johnson? That's not what was hurting me today. But our leaders stood on that stage and were preaching politics. Not a single individual stayed over there today and just apologized to the nation. Say, hey, those of you that lost family during this war, we stay here today to say sorry on behalf of Prince Johnson. I know my mom is buried. I know my brother is buried. So it hurt to see our leaders on the stage today. And all they did was pushing politics. And for you guys to come on the platform today, that people like Jackie, people like Fadiga, look, you all are our brothers and sisters. We are the new generation of Liberians. But for you to be still pushing politics on the show, it hurts. It hurts
Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us as always.
Thank you, Stefan. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, Prince. As always, everybody, one way or other, got some serious dark issues during the war. But to you, we say, take heart and thank you for joining the show.
Thank you, Stefan. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm going to take one more person. Then from there, we'll come back in studio. Let me bring in Terry Bundle. Terry, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Stanton. Thank you to everybody. Hi, everybody. Thanks to the panelists. The platform is doing well, Stanton. How can we thank you, man? You've given us the voice. You've given Liberia hope. And let me shout out to the two ladies. Going out of this world, ladies never have voice in Liberia. That I've seen. We love you so much, Jackie. You guys are doing so beautifully well, challenging the men on these issues. And Uncle Sam, our culture respects women. So please, I don't know how you're managing with your wife, but these ladies are our
man, that dog, man. That dog. Leave me alone.
Take it easy, Sam. Take it easy, Uncle Sam. Take it easy, Uncle Sam.
Go ahead, Terry.
All right, so yeah, let me get to the point. Because my culture, I respect women. And then Uncle Sam should do that. So today, Satan, we saw Liberia coming together. I saw Prophet Key shaking George Weah hand. George Weah shaking Prophet Key hand. That was a good takeaway. I'm a rescue missionary. But it said something about how everybody gathered today in one space, in one county, to be fair with the Prince Johnson. I grew up during the war. I saw all the wars. I saw horrible things. I'm alive today because of God. But again, because everybody came in one space, in one locale, to say goodbye to Prince Johnson, the majority, the minority house leaders, they were all in that spot. The president's speech was excellent. I'm disappointed to see this Jeru trying to politicize the president's speech in his own mind, unquote. It's sad. I think, Satan, before I leave, because we know 1 minute, let's use this man's death as a yardstick to unite our country. And I'm happy. I was happy today to see everybody in Nimba speaking in one voice. I was disappointed in Thomas Nameless speech. We saw what he did with LPC. He kept people in the other countries. Nimble, for seriously, sir, please. So, again, Satan, thank you for everything. Thanks to everybody. Mr. Burke's speech was excellent.
LPC. You just made a mistake.
He was what?
Thank you. Terry, make your point. We got to go.
He was a leader of rebel.
But your police is interrupting me. You're taking up my time.
Go ahead, Terry. Finish up now.
Thank you, sir. So whatever person he was associated with, he was a warlord. And I thought he could have gone to that stage today to speak peace than to take up wounds. He had so many wounds. That was unfortunate. So thank you, Stanton. Thank you, everybody. We love you guys. Again, my girls, firstly, Jackie, we love you guys. Please, everybody, appreciate it.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Terry.
you. Bye-bye.
We're going to bring in Honorable Correspondent. Great, the Honorable man talk to us.
Again, let me say thank you very much. And look, my observation is that we should stick to the thematic concern. When we say we're addressing the issue of the president's speech, we stick to it and running all around talking historically. Let's go to the president's speech. That's my observation. And I think that's what taking the time off. But since we are on the statement by Vice President Kuhn, I will begin by something he said. He says Senator Johnson was in full support of the establishment of war and economic crimes court. That's why he signed the resolution. He was not afraid of the court. In fact, he wanted to use it as a platform to clear his name and set the record straight. That was a response to Thomas Nemeyaya. It's a contradiction to the MDR response. Senator Johnson said to them, according to the MDR leadership, that politicians were playing politics, they had coerced him, and he got tired, and he affixed the signature. So that contradicts the MDR official statement today on the funeral, contradicts what Vice President Kuhn said in terms of Senator Johnson's being very satisfied and voluntarily went. Not only that, there's also a revelation that was made after Senator Johnson died. In fact, Kuhn, in his statement, Senator Johnson, in that statement, in that recording on one of the local radio stations, said that he went to Kuhn and spoke to Vice President Kuhn about the War Crimes Code. He expressed his dismay. And Vice President Kuhn said, son, nothing will come from all of that thing. That's one of the reasons he faced the signature. That's a public recording with Senator Johnson, I think a day before he died, that was played on the local radio stations. On November 28th, the Front Page Africa reported that on Tuesday's session before November 28th, the MDR had issued a statement supporting Richard Kuhn's speakership. Vice President Jeremiah Kuhn, in session on that Tuesday, by the report of November 28th on Front Page Africa, disassociated himself and denounced the MDR, that he was not a member of the MDR because he has officially joined the Unity Party. And the Unity Party constitution calls for a vice running mate to be a member of the Unity Party. And therefore, he went through the ritual. November 28th Front Page Africa report is there. Those of you who can search it out.
Thank you, Honorable.
It shows, in my conclusion, it shows maximum hypocrisy. It shows an act of betrayal when even the minister spoke at the Capitol building on the program before taking Senator Johnson from the Capitol building, that Senator Johnson spoke in a demeaning manner that could even drive anywhere for 5,000 US.
Thank you.
That was
Thank you very much.
Only thing concerned is about the presidency. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. We got a clip. We're going to play the clip. Let me close up on this Jeremiah Kuhn comment at the funeral. Yeah.
Focus, Stanton.
Oh, yeah, you're right, Fadiga. Go ahead, please.
Stanton, there are two issues that drew my attention. I want to highlight it because I was there. I witnessed the program. Vice President Kuhn said something to President Boykai today. He said, Mr. President, the people of Nima are in your hands. Look, folks like Gissin and Akaros and Isaac can come here and try to politicize this thing. Look, it's a dangerous line that you guys are treading. You guys need to be very mindful, especially Gibson Jaru. There is a history, and I don't want to go into that thing, but everybody got some were victimized some kind of way in this process. Senator Johnson did something. For too long, you guys made this war economic crimes about him. I pray that now he's deceased. And those that are living, that are still bear the greatest responsibility for some of the suffering and death and destruction of our country, that they will be held accountable. And I hope you guys will have the same energy to fight for war and economic crime and not just politicize it. Because when the late senator was with CDC, nobody bothered him. He was sent at that time. Now, some of you want to talk about his past, but I will say this. War and economic crimes court is still in Liberia. Some of you will have to answer to that. Another thing that happened today, and I listened to my good friend Axel talk about people trying to politicize on you don't speak free. You don't come to a speech and say, I don't even understand, because it sounded so childish. I saw a group of young men who goes to a man's funeral wearing CDC party gear, dancing around, chanting battle cry, that our pass sorry, and the plenty of people there. That thing could have degenerated, escalated into something else today. Came with the sole intention. Hold on, you guys need to keep quiet. Came with the sole intention or disrupting or national, because you guys are just, I give you your time. I gave you your time. You are not representative today because you can't control your emotion. Control your emotion. You control your emotion.
Guys, again, we are not fighting on this show.
Yeah, but let me finish speaking, Stanton.
We will finish speaking, but I'm begging you, Fadiga, you guys need to keep quiet.
No, you're being very rude all of the time.
I got one question. If you finish,
let's just wait. And again, everybody will have the time to speak. You don't have to interrupt. Number one, number two.
Yes, sure.
Try to respect each other. Okay, it's okay. Honorable Greg, we
you don't know this game more than everybody here.
Let me address it, please.
Yes.
Fadiga, finish up, please.
I saw a group of individuals, man. These guys came wearing party regalia and passing all around the place, jumping. And the former president was there. I left the place and I was so disgusted. I left the place and went outside. I saw a convoy about 10 or 15 cars speeding at the top speed. Pit Road, going, I mean, just that display of, I don't even know what was going on today. And I was shocked. These guys went to disrupt this peaceful event. And then I say, want to tell us about the vice president, you talk about yourself. I have the video. Same time, I put the video in our chat room. A videotape. I say, why is this man doing this thing to these young children? Why? And then when running behind him for the money that they pay them to come disrupt the funeral, they were running behind him for the money. And George, the former president.
You got your 2 minutes is up, please. Guys, man, I'm controlling the show. I say you don't need to remind me, please. This is only one person.
When you keep cutting me off like that, why the guys disturb me, then I don't even finish. Yeah.
The 2 minutes is up, Fadiga. Let's move on. Okay. I'm gonna watch the time again. If I say your time is up and we can continuously.
You can't just say anything you want to say. This is the topic we are discussing.
I will have to mute you. If your time is up, please respect your time. All of you to speak. I'm going to play another clip from George Manawea. You can use your 2 minutes to address or say what you want to say. Let me play the of former President George Manawea clip.
We noticed something strange of kind of preamble, especially when you were able to skip over the speaker who is present and instead you went to the deputy speaker.
Let the main clip from the talking now. What are you playing?
As I said, I beg you, let me pull out the show back.
You can see that the speaker is not there. The speaker father, deputy speaker father is not there. You know, former president, address people and people can be absent and that's why. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Okay, as I have all the clip, we will play it. Please don't tell me which one to play. We are going in order here. Let me ask you, for the sake of good heaven, welcome to the show, Paul Kennedy. President Weah said, President Weah said he couldn't recognize Richard Coon because Speaker Fonati Kofa was absent. I want to bring you in, talk on this, Paul Kennedy, while we go around the block.
Thank you, Stanton. Good evening to my colleagues who are panelists. I have my sympathy, Sano County, Bapolu, Wepu, Claire 2-0. And let me just take 30 seconds to congratulate the Bapolu County team. But Stanton, I think what I saw today in Nima really spoke volume. Besides the people of Nima County who live in Nima, who are related to Prince Johnson, who really contributed or want to be a part of a bereavement, besides those people, 90% of the other people who went to Nima today were politicians. So for people to sit and say, don't politicize the issue, don't politicize the issue, the issue itself politicizes itself. 90% of the people, and I don't have any way of getting a direct data of what I'm just speculating, that about 90% of the people who attended Prince Johnson's funeral today, who were not from Nima, who are not Nimadians, were politicians. This clearly told me that Prince Johnson did very well for his people, the people of Nima. So those people celebrated him, they stood with him, they identified with him, and they were with him at all times. Unfortunately for Yaya Nimle, Roland Massaquoi, and the rest of the people who started Lofa Defense Force and Model and the other thing to fight for their own tribe, their people really did not support them as the Nima County people stood by Prince Johnson. My disappointment today was that none of the people who were in power who went to that place have actually stood up during their time of leadership, whether past or present, to say, you know what, let's have a reconciliation meeting to bring the Liberian people together. But President Weah, former President Weah, was right not to identify, not to address a speaker, because according to him, the speaker was not present, right? So he can't be addressing a speaker who is absent. So I think I heard him call the vice president and the pro tem, but he did not mention speaker because in his own words, he believed that Richard Coon is not a speaker and Fonati Kopa was not present today. So
thank you, Paul Kennedy. Dr. Poplar, what do you make of that recognition and of the president, former President George Manawea, for that he is not in the house and I cannot recognize Richard Coon?
Well, the former president, have a right to choose who he thinks the speaker will be, but he's the former president. So we do have a president, and
I'm sorry, folks. Dr. Poplar is interrupted. Honorable Moses Akaris Gray, former President George Manawea didn't recognize.
Yeah, basically, look, Stanton, I have a serious observation because from the parliament, we live by rules. We are rules-based. When you ask a question on a subject matter, we need to stick to it and stop at the bustling and running around, because if we begin to do that, the show could get very rowdy, which is not good. Our jargon, our language we use is very important. You don't want us to go there. For me, I'm a politician, because if people begin to respond to that, then I get to respond to that. You won't like it. Okay, because I believe in political reciprocity. But having said that, I just want us to stick to the subject matter.
Everybody
The
have the
president
2
here.
minutes to speak on issue, Honorable Gray. If you choose to use the 2 minutes differently, that's fine. And I will also caution everybody not to go contrary to using words that is not helpful on the network.
No problem.
You want to leave this and say something else, it's up to you. You got your 2 minutes to speak, Honorable Gray.
Okay, I just wanted to get that straight, that you can say whatever you want to say in your 2 minutes. Okay, it's very important. But you see, the fact of the matter here is that the Supreme Court has ruled, no argument. The speaker has not been removed by the rules and the laws, the Constitution of the Republic of Liberia. In the absence of the speaker, the deputy speaker is there, which is very important. Someone who is attempting to hijack power, cannot be recognized in any manner or form. So President Weah was very right. In fact, I was very disappointed in President Boykai today to allow himself to be flanked by an illegal individual purporting to be Speaker of the Republic of Liberia. That is an insult and open defiance, gross disrespect and abuse to the rule of law of the Republic of Liberia. To have Richard Coon seated by you like that in the position that the Speaker should be sitting in, and not even the Deputy Speaker, and you say you will not interfere into the legislative matter, that in itself is interference. It's extremely interference. It's something that should never be pampered. So President Weah was absolutely right on the basis of the rules of the legislature. As a former legislator, a senator of the Republic of Liberia, and former president of the Republic of Liberia, he was within the scope of law. And I myself, would never call Honorable Coon Speaker. Never. Until Fonati resign or he's removed legally. In the absence of that, he can never be called Speaker in the history of the country. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Moses Akaris, great former Representative District Number 8, Musarado County, Dr. Richardson. What you make of President Weah position here?
So I want to side a little bit with what Honorable Gray was saying. It appears to me that the president was showing concerns, the concern of many Liberians about the speakership. Many Liberians are wondering, who is our speaker? As Honorable Gray said, the president, who was a senator before, was practicing parliamentary rule, which definitely asked that the speaker should be removed by 2/3 majority or either 49 votes, and we did not see that happen. So it appears that the president was in his right to say, President Kofa, the speaker, who I knew to be duly elected or constitutionally elected, was not present. So he didn't recognize Coon as his speaker. That's what I noticed.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. Doesn't mean that the president changing the argument. Hey, you'll see how it will. Let me finish, Uncle Sam. Let me finish, Becky, because I want to ask you this question. You'll say I wanted to remove Fonati Kofa, but I'm here saying I am not recognizing Richard Coon. Is he making a strong argument to position himself here?
I will answer your question, but I just want to refresh the memories of my mothers and my sisters and my cousins. MPFL, IMPFL, Ulimo J, Ulimo K, Coon Fonati Kofa National Legislature. This is the history of your country. They don't believe in law. They don't believe in coming together. They believe in split. Liberia, 135 wars. 1915, 72 crew chiefs were executed by Daniel E. Howard. 1935, Joan Nimlin. 1955, the plot that failed. 1979, the Resch riot. This is a country of confusion. We have two speakers, right? But one is legal and one is a renegade. The president of the Republic of Liberia, former, understanding the constitutional mandate, cannot recognize a speaker who was elected by a bunch of renegade lawmakers, why the president of the current president invited the real speaker to meet with the Pope, and while he was kissing the ring of the Pope, they were hatching this plan to remove him. That's Liberia. That's Liberia. Does anybody think that President Boyka invited Fonati Kofa to meet the Pope because of magnanimity, or because of unity, or because he was behind the plot to remove the speaker? What happened while the matter was in court? Decided to send his officials to recognize this illegal renegade lawbreakers. This is Liberia. So Joey, the president, he understands the Constitution. He understands the rules. He will not address a renegade speaker as Speaker of the Republic of Liberia. President Boycott can choose to recognize whoever he wants. They can pass an illegal budget. They can do all those things. That's why the popularity of President Joseph Nyeman Boyka is splintering. You saw that in Nimba today, when Grand Jide and Nimba came together, when Bon County and other counties came together in full support of Prince Yeru Johnson, while Joseph Nyeman Boyka and others were excoriating the dead man.
Thank you very much, Uncle Sam. Jackie, let me come to you. Let's talk about former President George Manawia rejecting to recognize Richard Coon.
Stanton, I think it's funny that he said what he said today, the former President Weah. Let's go back in history to 3 to 4 months ago, when this, or 5 months ago, when this whole process started. Marvin Cole, Representative Marvin Cole from Bon County, Senator Edwin Snow from Bombing County. Senator Snow was on this show, and he spoke, and he said that the brains behind the removal of Fonati Kofa was CDC. They masterminded the removal of Fonati Kofa. That's how this whole process started. Marvin Cole is also on video 4 months ago saying the exact same thing. So to take this and put this on somebody else other than CDC is just a political plot that is a blatant lie and false. And the CDC knows it. President Weah knows it. If he was so interested in protecting Fonati Kofa, he would have spoken out. He would have called his CDC people. He is benefiting today that Fonati Kofa is no longer the speaker. President Weah is aware of that. We all know that. This very show 2 months ago, CDC DJs were on their show saying the exact same thing. Some of the panelists were saying the exact same thing that Senator Snow said and that Representative Marvin Cole said. So they masterminded their own thing, and they successfully made sure that Fonati Kofa is not speaker today, because the word in the CDC camp is that Fonati wants to be president in 2029.
Thank you very much, Jackie. I'm going to
President Weah is not happy about that. This is the word in the CDC camp.
Thank you, Jackie. Gibson Jerry, please.
The question I wanted to ask, I will ask the question. Anybody can answer it later if they want to. What if President Boyka has said Prince Johnson played a role in our past history, instead of saying he played a role in our painful past history? As a president looking for unity, what if he had just said Prince Johnson is part of our history, our past history, instead of telling the Nimbayans he's part of our painful past history? Okay, let me take it one more step further, and I want you to answer Moses Gray if you have the chance to speak. If Yaya Nimne had gone on the stage and say, today Prince Johnson is dead, we are at his funeral, but we do remember that he killed Samuel Doe and mutilated his body. We know that Prince Johnson led people at the Free Port of Monrovia of Grangidians, about tens of thousands, tens of hundreds of Grangidians who were there, and they were killed and taken to the base. If you have said that, what would Nibayan say today? What would Nibayan say?
Okay.
Are you here defending a president who has no guts to be a uniter? You here defending a president who does not have the iota of respect for the dead? You here defending a president who does not have a perfect choice of words to lay a man to rest? What would you have said? If Tomo Yaya has said Prince Johnson killed Grangidians, even though Grangidians killed Nibayans too, what would you have said? Would you have not said Nimla was a divider, was a hateful person? Oh yes, Joseph Boyka can go and say that Prince Johnson was part of the painful part of our history to remind Nibayans the reason why he even brought the war crime code in the first place. I'm a proponent of no war crime code. Ask Jerome Verde, I call it need today again. Ask Molba Molu. Ask this guy. Anyway, I forgot his name. Ask them. I destroyed the war crime code, the forerunner for war crime code, by my publications and my discussions in Liberia. I did. When I was speaking on behalf of the TRC, I have never supported the war crime code. The Liberian people chose TRC, and I continue to preach for the TRC. Even if I don't like Prince Johnson, even if I don't like anybody, there are a lot of warlords, including some warlords in Nigeria. Everybody has a reason to fight. But you come to defend a president who does not have...
Your time is up, but let me ask you real quick. What did President Waka say so painful that you think he's in error?
He's in error. Thank you, Santo. He is in error. The president's words matter a lot. The president's words matter. The president's presence at that funeral was very important, and I thank you for being there. But the words he used was a stark reminder of what people claim that Prince Johnson is, whether true or not true. He was supposed to walk away from it. He go to immoralize Prince Johnson, not to curse the body. We don't curse the body in our tradition. In Liberian cultures, we don't go straight about the body and say, you credit poor money the other day, and poor stay and talk about it.
Thank you, Gibson. I got to bring in.
And let me ask you, if you have anybody in the background that want to come on, I can go in the back and the person to come on.
No, you're not running away. Not after you not say plenty of things and you know time to speak, you won't run. No. I said, though, please go ahead before bringing Fadiga.
Well, President, we are addressed all of the leaders that were there. He didn't address the ones that weren't there.
Did you mute yourself? I said, though.
No, I was saying, President, we are addressed all of the leaders that were there, and he didn't address those who weren't there. Because Liberia wasn't there, and so he didn't address Speaker. The Vice President was there, he addressed the Vice President. The Chief Justice wasn't there, he didn't address the Chief Justice. The President was there, he addressed the President. The Speaker wasn't there, he didn't address the Speaker. I don't know what's the issue with it. I mean, in Liberia, it is not individual that appoint people. President Bagai didn't appoint himself as president. They voted for him by the law, and we know by law he's the president.
I said, did President Boyka address President Weah today as former president?
No, he did not address it. One of the points I was coming to say. One of the things I wanted to say that what I had a video, but I hope we play a little later. And again, as a reconciled person with a clean heart, he addressed everyone. He addressed President Boyka. President Boyka did not address him. President Boyka jumped over him and everybody else, which of course we know who President Boyka is. So we know the way he interacts with people, his relationship, we know those things. So it can be so surprising to us. But again, the main thing of the issue of Speaker, the Speaker wasn't there, so he didn't address the Speaker. Unless we wanted him to address people who weren't there. Address, rather. Speaker wasn't there.
So thank you.
Kofa is the Speaker, and Kofa wasn't there. Who else? And I don't want to say he refused to address Richard Kun. Richard Kun is not the Speaker. So it is not that he refused to address. If he did not address Jeremiah Kun, then you can say he refused to address the Vice President, but Speaker wasn't there. Not what you can say.
Honorable Hossein Fadiga. I don't know what you're using today. It's very bad, man. But
let him mute. It'll mute and I'll be fine. Is it better now? Yeah. So a couple of years ago, one of our panelists orchestrated a frivolous impeachment proceeding that led to the removal of Cabinet Janet. My simple response to that, whether the president won Richard Kun, look, who cares? Today was about Senator Johnson. Who cares if you recognize Speaker Kun or not? Richard Kun is now the Speaker of the House of the Republic of Liberia. It will not change. That is the order. The budget is signed. We are moving on to do the Liberian people's work. Nobody cares if the former president wants to be petty and keep running around. So I'll leave it at that. Nobody cares. God can go and keep licking your wound and crying around looking for a speaker. That thing is done, is beyond us. We are moving ahead. But I'll say one thing to my good friend Gibson Jaru. You just said what you wanted to see. I wanted to say all along. Nimadians are some of the smartest Liberians. They're not going to fall for the likes of you. Maybe a different person. They know that you guys want to relitigate this whole 1990 thing. It's over. War and economic crackle will come. Senator Johnson, the big boogeyman that you guys were all trying to fight in while he was alive and now in death. And then you want to come here like you like the former senator. No, but everybody know that you guys hate this man. He reached out with an audit brain. He accepted war and economic crime to pay for whatever you guys thought he did. When he keep on protecting people, and you want to come here and can't talk about Senator Sonny did that, President Boycott this and that, the Nimadians are not stupid. You think it is from you that the Nimadians going to take advice? It's not going to happen. So all these little pettiness, trying to throw all the kitchen sink and see which one will stick, it's not working. It's not going to work. You guys need to change strategy. It's not going to work. What we saw today, and if you listen to the vice president speech, he said, "Mr. President, then the people of Nima are in your hand." He said a different person. So I just want you guys to know that it's time we can either move on as a country. Look. Or you guys can keep licking and keep relitigating this thing and keep starting, because at the end of the day, we now have war and economic crimes. And at the end of the day, those who bear the greatest responsibility, some of your kingsmen that murder innocent people, other people that did heinous crime that you guys refuse to talk about, now you have to answer.
Fadiga, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead to play the MDR spokesperson, what he said today at the funeral. I hope we all can have our response ready, because this too is part of the program.
Mr. Johnson, I saw you cry better than one time. And let me state this here clearly. That time was the time you signed the resolution for the establishment of our crown code. When we heard that you have signed a resolution for the establishment of War Crime Code, Executive Committee member of MDR rushed to your office. They will ask you, Senator, why did you sign this resolution? And you said to us, it's too much. I'm tired of the provocation. I'm tired. Today, Liberian politicians are on me everything for War Crime Code. If they want to kill me, let them die. The week you die, the mother of the week you die, we came together to attend your program. We saw you, your body was dropped. We asked you, we said, Senator, why are you reducing the days? And then you told us, you said, my mission on earth is over. My mission on earth is over. You people should be brave. Senator, we are not satisfied. You die for pressure. You die for pressure on War Crime Code. Our Father, we say, may your soul rest in peace. We are here. Your struggle never go in vain. We are hurt. They hurt not too much. Thank you, may God bless us.
Wow.
That's a
Right.
turning point.
Go ahead, Honorable Gray. You got 2 minutes, and your 2 minutes start at 6:47 my
Yeah,
time.
basically that's the turning point. That shows to me that President Boyka is the most vindictive public user. Because when President Boyka, in his inaugural statement, made mention of a war crime court and hinted Prince Johnson mocked him. In a public statement by Prince Johnson, he said, as soon as he got to war crime court, you were going on Prince Johnson. That did not go down well with President Boyka. Whether you like it or not, the people of Nima County are not stupid, as Fadiga said. The leader, the calorific, the vibrant leader of NDR opened up today and spoke up that when they met Senator Johnson, he said he tired with the provocation. He said if I die, he told him, this is what the boss said. He said, I'm tired. If they want to kill me, let me die. That's why I signed. Because of the provocation by Boyka, who is champion, quote unquote, war crimes court to eliminate me. Not only that, the boss said he died from pressure. He was reduced. There was a commitment made by President Boyka that he will not bring war crimes court. And committed himself to the senator. Nobody saying they don't support war crimes court. The concept of war crimes court is death in creation and doomed to failure as of the death of Prince Johnson. President Boyka will never press power for war crimes court again. That war and economic crime court are a joke. They were targeting Prince Johnson. President Boyka doesn't forgive. The most vindictive president in the history of this country, our president said he never supported him. And what Amara today is bearing the consequences. There were other people who supported Erin Snow about President Boyka. James Foley. What happened between his father and President Boyka? He doesn't forget. He's not a reconciler. President Weah in his statement today said the country needs to be reconciled. He used the word reconciliation. President Boyka reneged on that. He could not even recognize President Weah, the former president of the Republic of Liberia, in his address. And we sit on this show today when MDR, the people of Nima Party to a greater extent, is crying. Why? The senator died from pressure because the whole war crimes court, and the senator said, I signed because of provocation by politicians. If I would die, let me just die once and for all. Yes. Nobody is stupid yet in reflection. He reflected, the senator reflected on the day President Boyka fainted when he announced the war crimes court. That is the turning point today.
Representative Gray, your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to bring it down to Richardson. What you see from MDR, the leadership, where you have Councillor Cry, you have the rest of them. Councillor Cry is the Labour Minister. They are present, and very, very powerful speech today by MDR leadership.
So MDR leadership gave an anecdotal story of the reason why they believed Prince Johnson died. The leader said that Prince Johnson died from broken heart relating to the war and economic crimes court. So again, we can only say it is their rendition of why Prince Johnson died. We don't have his medical records. We don't know from other people why he died. But there was a group of words that I stuck to, and the words were, your suffering may not go in vain. Many people say that at funerals, and they say that when they memorializing someone. I want to recommend to those young people that they're right. They shouldn't allow Prince Johnson's suffering as they experience it to go in vain. They should. I would like to recommend that they extend the reconciliation process that Prince Johnson often preached in his church, and the educational process in his university that he established in Nima, to carry that on. Extend that advocacy for Nima to Liberia. and be good patriots of Liberia. And that's what I have to say.
Thank you very much, Uncle Sam. Did you listen to MDR, Uncle Sam?
Look, life experience and common sense to run a nation, to bring a nation together. What led Joseph Yuma Boyka to believe he could institute something as divisive, corrosive, and emotional that evoked a lot of pain at this time in the history of the country, when there's no unmail, there are no international police officers, we don't have enough money. You're going to do what? You're going to tie Toma Yaya Nimle. You would have tied Prince Johnson. You would have tied George Bole. You would have tied people, Lofa Defense Force. You would have tied all these people, 10 people at one stroke of a pen in the country called Liberia. What kind of thinking is that? Ask yourself what kind of day it would be in Liberia. 36 years after a war. I just want the Liberian people to just ask themselves, why didn't President Sirleaf do it like 2-3 years after the war? 17,000 army troops, billions of dollars in support by international system, when it could have been easily done. When you do a war crime court, are you going to ask for the British to release Charles Taylor, bring him back to Monrovia to face his accusers? Common sense. Common sense, my Liberian people. This common sense is not based upon degree, it's not based upon high education, it's just what? The problems that we see today that is hammocking Liberia, lack of unity. Lack of unity, you can't develop. People will be hungry because if you don't use common sense to solve my water problem, then you will see with Standard Witherspoon, then they take their microphone to Douala Market, they will cry down Joseph Boyka. When they go down to Relay, they will cry down Joseph Boyka. When Joseph Boyka enter Bam, Kanta, his welcome will be muted, but John Weah gets there and Yega Koloba get there, they will be exuberant. Because we're not using common sense to fix this country. The president of the Republic of Liberia should be a reconciler in chief.
Thank you very much, Uncle Sam. Thank you. Jackie, let's hear you, please.
Stanton, let me say quickly that I hear folks talking about President Boyka didn't acknowledge former President Weah, but he was not around when the president was speaking. So let's just get that fact out there to begin with. Secondly, it's amazing how CDC people are talking on the other side of the lip. The campaign in 2017 and under the Ellen years, it was CDC that kept calling for war and economic crime court. And now they're trying to back away from it as though they were not the ones who kept calling for it.
Tom has elapsed,
The
Jackie.
war and
Tom has
economic,
elapsed.
because do not disturb me, Sam Jackson. The war and economic crime court process started under George Weah. He sent it to the legislature. He told the legislature, he said the Liberian people should talk. The legislature need to go ahead and sign a bill. So that whole process started. They ran their campaign in 2017 calling for war and economic crime court. They cried every single day under Madam Sirleaf 12 years calling for war and economic crime court. All of us, 5.2 million of us, one way or the other, were affected by the war. It's time for us to talk about peace and reconciliation. I lost family members in the war as well. People in the diaspora worked hard every single day for 14 years to try to bring an end to our civil war. We worked along with the people in Liberia and in other places to make sure that the war came to an end. So all of us were affected one way or the other by this war. Now, the War and Economic Crime Court is here. CDC cried every day for 12 years that it must happen. When we took office, that process started. Government is continuing with it. The legislature has signed off on this. The process has started. It is not about one person. It's about us healing the country. It's about the Liberian people and what the Liberian people want. The Liberian people have spoken and cried for this as well, other than CDC and other party members. And it is here. But it's not about one person. And I hope that in the end, all of us will find a way to reconcile our country, reconcile with each other, and let that in the end, let there be peace and reconciliation.
Thank you very much. To you, my dear friend, Brother Gibson. I think Jackie struck a point. When President arrived from the UNGA at the airport, our own reporter, Dama Slanger, asked him, he said, well, go back to the people. He said the people are speakers. He gave it back to the people. I mean, President, I'm asking you, you come in. Was the president being, he was just playing tit for tat, yet not too serious, the former president, though?
Thank you for keeping me on. I was about to leave, but thank you. You said I should stay, and I'm happy to see. If our president and Jackie asked for a job to be a PRO, I will send her to jail. I will not even refuse her, but I will send her to jail. She's a bad PRO.
Wow, listen.
Gibson just gave your opinion.
Jackie, I love you. I love you, Jackie. How can the president reading a prepared speech, anticipating guests that need to be there, that will be there, and now when the former president announced that he and his entourage will be there, the president wrote his speech.
No, I beg you, Gibson. The former president name was there, former President George Manawia. But when he got
left.
Joseph
was not around. His name was there to be addressed by the president. Gibson man, stop that. All night to night, you just taking everything and just push the attorney.
Jackie, you said, so let's just think a bit, right? Listen, so former President Joe Weah was on the list, right? Former President Johnson Sirleaf, former President George Manawia. But so now George Manawia get out the president cancer in there. So okay, I'm calling your name.
But he left, Stanton.
You don't know.
But Sirleaf was not there.
Go ahead. People never went to government. Stand up. Even ambassadors, you don't call ambassadors for the excellency. Don't call party that
if you were 2 minutes, let me speak my 2 minutes. When Amara Kone told us that now president, former president, or former VP, now President Joseph Boakai kept 17 records of grudge against Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, we didn't believe it. This is the lowest.
I'm sure we're moving on so us can get a.
Hey, my man, please, man. You can interrupt the whole thing.
You can talk
This
of
is the
20
lowest
minutes.
step of pettiness. You got George Weah, you got former President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, but because George Weah left, so you skip his name.
He asked for the eraser. He said, "Give me an eraser. I gotta skip his name out."
That is pettiness.
That's what you gotta do. You gotta go to Gibson. No, but Gibson, I saw Joseph Boakai wear eraser. He said, "Oh, the guy I go." Joe Weah left, right? Yeah, Joe Weah left. Let's skip it here. Then he went at this.
I bet Boakai that old teacher.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he ready for the
When
country.
they
Just
when
he
they
ain't
say
ready yet.
when they say John Brown, now you okay, you cross John Brown. Look,
Yeah, but he ain't ready
I
for
I don't know
Nigeria
what
yet.
else to say. It was not right. The president ignored the former president. And that's just protocol. Listen, in diplomacy, those are who are
Common
diplomats.
protocol.
And I don't know why Hussein put honorable to a name. Common press attaché, you put honorable to your name. That's a disgrace. I know people who are diplomats, they talk things as if to say they are all friends. You don't have enemy. You address the person. Even your feeling making flower right
Gibson,
now.
just a
You address
correction,
the person
Gibson.
as
Just a
friends.
correction, Gibson.
Let the man
A
finish, man. You
correction,
don't
Gibson.
know that.
Gibson, a correction.
You gotta go.
No, Gibson
Okay,
allowed me to correct
are
you.
you to
Gibson.
him?
Just a point of correction. Diplomats don't carry the title honorable. No diplomat. They carry the title excellency. Have Fadiga gone for the training, he will
So
understand
we're not
that
going back to
status
I
can be
beg
called
you,
honorable.
Honorable Great. No, we're not doing this tonight. We'll wait for your turn, then we'll do this. Let's keep on the conversation. Gibson, real quick, let me ask you, can you address the MDR statement real quick? 30 seconds, then we'll go to Asido.
The MDR statement is a stark contrast to what the president said in his speech. When Jackie was reading his statement, the president admitted in his statement, or asserted in his statement, that Johnson signed the war crime code because he wanted it to happen. He wasn't afraid of it, and he wanted to exonerate himself. That was not the case with the MDR statement. The MDR statement is saying Johnson signed it under duress, he signed it under pressure, and it was a stark difference of the two. And the MDR, I believe the MDR more, because the MDR are the people who work with him, who ask him what happened, and he expressed his inner discontent about the situation. Joseph Baker is playing politics and trying to tell the Nima people that they work crime career. You're not worried about you. Joseph, even Prince Johnson, like I said.
Let's set something straight here. Because someone was saying that, well, maybe, and only maybe Joseph Wagner have promised Prince Johnson that I will not do war crime code. Do you believe that?
Yes. I would have been with the listen. If I were a vassal of Joseph Boyka, which I could never have been, and because you said they would never appoint me, so I will also take your statement. If I was a vassal of Joseph Boyka, the first thing I was going to tell him, Mr. President, let the king kick down the road.
The same thing Madam said, and
try to develop Liberia and think about the progress of this country rather than trying to target certain people.
Thank you very much. Asido, please talk to us, sir.
You showed public support for the establishment of the War Crimes Code when you signed the resolution. Unquote, President Joseph Boakai. In other words, Prince Johnson wanted the War Crimes Code to come. He supported the War Crimes Code with his eyes. MDR, the party of Prince Johnson. When you signed, we went to you to ask you, why did you sign? And you said, I'm tired. The provocation is too much. So you signed in anger because people were provoking you. And people, we get plenty book. We know plenty book here, right? Don't we see the contrast in the two statements? PYJ's political party, the party he formed, the people that talk to him every day, and President Barker, who are not spoken with him from the day he became president up to his death. Who should we think is saying what Prince Johnson actually signed for? Did Prince Johnson sign because he actually supported the establishment of the War Crimes Code? Or did he sign because of provocation from the Barker? This is a further testament of how Unity Party can use people and dump them. Don't go any far. Mo Ali was here recently and he said Yeke Kulba is a killer, he bought 400,000 house. Right after they used Yeke Kulba. This is the same to Prince Johnson. how hurtful it is for the people to say Prince Johnson died from pressure. Another family is bereaved. The man is dead. Those who contributed to his death are all around the place pretending as if they don't know what killed Prince Johnson. Another children lost their father, but they are here acting like they are good Samaritans now. It is sad. But let me end on this. I know we were making fun of what President Barker has shown the country so far by erasing President Weah's name from other people. Since the president came to power, he had not even picked up a phone to call, unlike the past two leaders. Worse to that, my people, I want to send all of you on eMansion website. All of the pictures that were posted on eMansion website, almost everyone else is there besides one person, President Weah. On eMansion website right now as we are talking. All of the pictures posted on eMansion website captured every high-profile political figure besides President Weah. How much division can President Barker bring to our country? This was President Weah who was with him now. President Weah.
Thank you. I don't know why you left to mute yourself. Take your hands from the keyboard.
No, I'm not the one. I mean,
you muting yourself, man.
Sorry. So, what did President Weah do? You won the election. President Weah accepted. Since then, he has been quiet. You have done all kinds of things to him. He tried not to get in your way. Even to put his picture on eMansion website to my people, to Amen. Amen.
The man was dismissed.
Okay. So somebody please leave this thing. I beg you. Who said we're touching it? And please stop playing with. Please stop playing with this thing. I gotta just make I alone responsible for this. It's the popular. But let me say this to you, I said though. It's just only fair for us to say maybe I'm looking at the eMansion website. I think when they started taking the picture, President Weah left. That's the information.
No, don't have that, aren't you?
Honorable Gray, leave me alone, man.
No. There is a picture even with him there.
Honorable Gray, leave me alone.
They just put it up.
Honorable Gray, stop. I beg you. You have your time to tell me.
They just updating it. Somebody.
They just updating it. Let me tell you, I went on our website today. They put an embarrassment.
Honorable Gray, you're disturbing the show, my man. You are. Yeah.
Honorable Gray, why the President Weah leave the funeral?
Guys,
embarrassment to the country.
He is in the photo. You stop this false information.
Honorable Gray and Jackie, you stop, please. We still got other people got to speak. We are raising this issue because it's only important for us to raise this issue. And a couple of things we need to do, and we need to do it very fast. I'm on. Everyone, please go on the Executive Mansion website, please. We have 64 photos. 64. Let's see whether we can capture George Manawea here to prove us to do.
I've been watching.
He's there.
But we follow it today. Can you update it?
Stop, man. My man, stop by. Wait, by. You talk about being a lawful abiding representative.
What you talk about? I tell you what it did.
But Honorable Gray, you are interrupting the show. I beg you, my man. Let me say my piece.
Where do I get a picture on a gallery?
No. Yeah, just go to Executive Mansion website. I don't know what kind of phone you're using. Executive Mansion 1 hour ago, 1 hour, as per Facebook, not me. 1 hour ago, they uploaded 65 photos. 65 photos.
65 photos.
My man, I beg you, bye. Craig, can you please?
I want to know. So go there. On a gallery.
We get evidence too. We screenshot it today.
You rather tell you a time, man. You interrupted me. Stop. I beg you, my man. You stop. I try to get the point information. On my cell phone said 1 hour ago, my cell phone, 65 pictures, 65. Wow. If you get something else, it's up to you, please. Let me finish, then you can talk. I'm going through the photos. I'm going through President Baga giving somebody a little get of flower. I'm going through the photo. I see Jeremiah Kuhn and President Baga. I'm going through the photo, President Baga reading. I'm going through the photo. If you are and you can capture that part of the photo here, I'm seeing Richard Kuhn, Yombi Kanga Lawrence, the Vice President. As we go down through this photo, I'm seeing again the group of some men, and President Baga is well seated. He's up, he's awake, he's focused. I'm going through the photo. I'm seeing Richard Kuhn and President Baga. I'm yet to see George Banners, we are the former president. I'm seeing James Barney. I'm seeing PYJ widow. I'm seeing the widow of PYJ again. I'm seeing the widow of PYJ. I'm going through the photo. Oh no, great! You gotta repeat yourself though. I don't know who you're talking to, my brother. I'm going through the photo. Can somebody help me find the former president?
Jackie find it.
I'm not talking to you, Honorable Gray. Can somebody help me find the former president?
I already found it. It's in the chat room.
Okay. Thank you, Jackie. As I go through all of the photos, I want to say, let's see what Jackie found, because all of the 65 photos.
So we're finding it too on the page. So let's go there and see. There's such a four pictures.
You said something key.
Jackie, I'll call both of you in the back that we're feeling making some progress here. You're interrupting the show, please. I'll beg you, please do not interrupt the show, please, for the sake of our program. Yeah, but man, you interrupted. You got to wait. You alone out here. We are 10 on set, but brother, you got to wait. Jackie, you say you posted the photo of President Weah. I am looking for President Weah. So yeah, it's it. Yeah, it's it. So yeah, it's it. From President Joseph Yima Boakai, Jackie posted this photo. You have Richard Kuhn. You have a gentleman in the white. You have another gentleman in the black. You have, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The 8th person on the right-hand side of Joseph Yima Boakai is the former president, George Banners.
Post it, let's see. Which page? Which page?
You can give me a chance, man. Please. Man, is that how you're doing in the House of Representatives, my man? Wait.
Stand up, I can call you to order because the thing is that on the website.
I beg you, just wait, let me finish. He's the 8th person in the corner, and we are about to post this thing because it will be hard for you to see him, whether they wanted to take his picture or whether he was caught in the picture. That's a two different thing. But he's blocked by the reef pool and all of things, so it will be only fair that I show this. And I think this is the only picture of George Banners we have. Yeah. So Liberians, you decide why we show this picture of George Banners we have all the way in the corner, and I have to cycle it just for us to know who's in the corner over there. So please bear with me while I cycle the former president right here. And behind the former president, you have Finna Bondo. All right. So there we go. Let me share this. It's not a fair argument yet whether is that hard to take the picture of your former president. That can be a whole nother question. So maybe somebody will answer the question later on. All right. Okay, guys, just 1 minute. I'm uploading it right now. If you got any other photo, just send it in our chat room. We'll share. I believe I'm not making a mistake. I think this is the former president. I'm recognizing him by his gray hair, his gray beard. Yeah. All right. So yes, picture number 1. And yes, the picture number 2. Man, but this is concerning though, for us to have the former president hiding in the corner, way in the corner. I don't know. 716.
To defend the government is tough.
I mean, we try. We already
You read trying.
So the protocol, they can set Georgia in a place where he's dignity,
Uncle Sam, now your time, please.
Damn.
Uncle Sam, please. It's not
Jackie,
your
where
time.
can I go to get the pictures? On which portal?
Let me progress.
No, we're not.
If I want to speak here today, you got what take over the show.
All right, so my man, we have to do this thing for the sake of our audience, and we are making
I
a
sent you something for you to see. Yeah, MDR people were making noise today, so you can see what they were talking about Joseph Boga.
Okay, hold on 1 minute. So yes, the photo right here. So you see that President Weah, is that President Weah? I believe it is him, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So President Weah is waiting. And somebody please something in the back, guys. Can we mute, please? Everybody. Vandela Patrick is from you. Let's mute you a little bit. So we zoom in to make sure that this is President Weah. We zoom in. Yeah, that's President Weah. That's where you put the former president at the tail end of the delegation. That's President Weah. All right. So now we catch President Weah. We capture him. He's in a photo. Somebody was speaking. I asked you to finish up and we'll go to Paul Kennedy.
Right. So, Stanton, I'm coming to send it to you to note that 65 pictures were on the page. They make it 67 right now, so you can see it. But that's not the case. Let's give it to them, Stanton. If you go on that website again, you will see when Jeremiah Kun was speaking. You will see when Yomdi Kanga was speaking. You will see when Richard Kun was speaking. You will see even the superintendent of Nimba when she was speaking and other people. Apparently, the only person who didn't speak was Josh Weah. Again, this is a broad day expression of internal hate. This cannot bring a country together. This cannot. This whole thing started when the convoy of President Weah got at the gate, and there was tussle from the Boycott administration that President Weah's car should not enter the fence. What kind of government is this?
Thank you.
And I want to stress to say and end quickly, please play my video of what I'm about to say. On that stage, it was one person and one person only who was forceful.
Send me the video. I will play it.
I sent it to you long time. To
Send it again. I got a lot of stuff from you.
Call for reconciliation, and that person only is George Weah. I will send it to you again so you play it, please.
Thank you very much. So, guys, let's make progress here. Something just not right. Paul Kennedy, let's be serious. Is that how to capture the immediate former president in such a program?
Well, Stanton, I'm not a protocol officer, so we should be speaking to the people.
Your panelists, I'm asking you for your opinion. I don't care if you're a political officer.
I am not a protocol officer, so I wouldn't say whether it's right or wrong as to the position of the former president. I will have to consult my friends who are in protocol to share the picture with them before I make any comment on that. But let's get back to the issue. The MDR chairman's speech.
Are you kidding me right now?
And in that speech, the NDR chairman, just from his body language, was very angry. The guy was screaming. He was angry. He felt disappointed. And so forth, right? But then in his speech, he said that the senator told him that he had to do this because he was being pressured by politicians.
He said provoked. He didn't say pressure, provoked.
Yeah, he was getting pressure from the politicians. He was getting pressure. People were talking all kinds of things about him whatsoever, right? And what it was, it's clear that there was some discontentment, right, in the MDR chairman's speech. The Senator Prince Johnson was a very complex character, and I will add to what the president said by saying controversial character, who really understood the Liberian political arena. And what he did was he manipulated it in the benefit and the interest of the politics. He ran in every election, and he made sure that he became a king's maker in the election process. So no politician who wanted to win election, or most of the politicians, were intimidated by Prince Johnson's presence in the political arena. They were mad with him all the time. If it didn't go their way, they would cut speech from him. They would try to do, to say anything to him. If he decided not to support them, there would be this bad blood between him and any politician he didn't support, because he knew whoever he supported would come to win.
Yep.
He knew that, and so he used that as a strength against the rest of the political landscape in the interest of the people of Nimba. That's why the Nimbadians are some of the highest employed people in the Liberian economy. If you check every sector, you see a Nimbadian there. Prince Johnson was the reason why he did that happen.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Paul Kennedy. Fadiga, talk to us, sir.
All right, thank you, Stanton. Look, I was at the event today. I can understand why everybody decided to leave the former president alone. I saw the vice president get up at one point during the event when the noise was getting very loud, and those guys were just trying to do everything to disrupt the event today. Look, an opportunity was missed today by the former president. He could have showcased his softer side and even show some empathy or sympathy towards the bereaved family. I saw a group of individuals that went down there today combat ready to obstruct this event. They had some bunch of young dogs, young men dancing around. I know a lot of you, some of you were not there, most of you were not there. And we sit here and a lot of these guys, because they dress like one, they behave like one. They were people wearing CDC banners and cap, and they were chanting and running. They were behaving like one. You guys can give me a chance to.
You gotta allow Fadiga to speak freely, please.
Thank you, Stanton. Yes, so we saw that happen today, but nobody bothered them because the sole intention was to disrupt this event. I saw a video of the former president driving his own car without seatbelt. I saw a car racing down the street. They nearly hit a little child, and they went zooming down the street. But these were people, I think Yeke sent out the signal that they were going to come and disrupt the program. They did come and they did try to disrupt the program. But because today was not about former President Weah, today was about remembering a man that did a lot to uplift his people. The likes of Gissing, I like to go, doing it because I've been around for long and see other people, nobody stop people from lifting up the people. Some of you are greedy within your various travel group, within your various organization, and you, rather than helping your people, you were stealing the little money that they had to come and help your own region. Prince Johnson did what he could for the Nimadians, and he produced a lot of prominent people that can stand today and boast and say his name. And today, his remembrance, his funeral were almost derailed because few individuals that believe that they are above the law, that still think that they are in power, they came to disrupt it. But the president and the vice president, being as peaceful as they are, they allow it, they ignore them, and I like it. They ignore them, pretending like they didn't exist, and they got up and just as they zoom in and zoom out with their vehicles and how those young men and running behind them, and they left the place. Stanton, you can ask anybody that day. But I'll leave with one other thing. Look, there will be war and economic crime code in Liberia. It's already here. Some of you that made this about the former senator who signed it. Some of your people have not signed it. Who signed it? Now that may peace be on his ashes, that he's not around. I hope you guys will have the same energy because we're going to fight for accountability. The Germans, even after, let me just end this train of thought. Even after the war, went after Nazi sympathizers, went after people that committed heinous crime. 50, 60, 80 years later, 50 years later, they have been running after some of those people. Some of them in the 80s, they were caught in the 80s and 90s. There is no
Thank you for that. Vandera Patrick, let's finish.
Continue me up, or you allow Azedo and all the guys to talk.
I can talk for 1 minute. 1 minute, I want you can give me. And I give for 5 minutes. That's not fair.
Vandera Patrick, go ahead, please.
So, CEO, permit me to respectfully disagree with Mr. Sam Jackson. The War and Economic Crimes Code did not come for any groups of people. And I listened to Mr. Sam Jackson stated clearly that it makes no sense for us to prosecute individuals who were responsible for the commission of atrocities in this country. Mr. Sam Jackson on the show, he's the earliest among, or he should be apologizing to us for his generation using my generation as instruments to destroy lives and properties. He should be ashamed that at that time they were found a better way to solve our problems. They roll on the ignorance of our people they kept in abject poverty, used them as instruments to destroy lives and properties. When the war came to an unprecedented end, these young people turned to Zolos. Today, they make mockery out of them. Sam Jackson generation is still in control of the state. The richest people you see in our country are politicians. The middle class are politicians. Today, most of us are victims. We have institutional breakdown because his generation that had the power to change the narrative of this country, they engage in armed struggle. Here today on the platform, we see a young man who through innovation and creativity decided to engage to fight injustice by using a platform you now call Spoon. They now go to form arm. They now go arm people to come here and fight. In fact, after the war, look at what is happening. The brutality of our constitution, mass looting of state resources, is still ongoing on. The culture of impunity is entrenched in this country. More disciplined people, everyone is involved. It is regrettable that we should not have gone where we went. But to come here, I gave you an example. CDC is a proponent and a champion for war and economic crimes code. So there's nothing to shift blame on any groups of people that they were responsible to make Prince Johnson to die out of pressure. The protester here, in fact, when John Weah became president, I just posted a letter in the chat room. On February 12, 2018, Human Rights Watch, one of the biggest international human rights organizations, reminded President Weah that in your campaign, you promised to establish war and economic crime code. Please proceed and act accordingly. When he did not listen, they wrote him another letter September 10, 2020. At the time he was going to the United Nations General Assembly, they reminded President Weah again that in your message during the 2017 election, you promised to prosecute war criminals. Go ahead. So Weah himself was under pressure. The same way President Barker was under pressure. The same way Ellen Johnson Sirleaf was under pressure. I think all of us on this platform, except some of you who did not in any way engage in the advocacy for the establishment of war and economic crime code. If we all advocated that people must be held accountable for the atrocity committed against our people, and today we want to blame one group of people because they signed it, is an inherent contradiction because we all advocated for it. So coming here to say they signed the war and economic crime code, and as a result of that, it made Senator Prince Johnson to die under pressure. You should hold yourself responsible because you are a proponent. You champion this same cause. Somebody sign it into law, then you have a problem. That's wrong. So as I conclude tonight, there is this saying most of the time we should leave this country to proceed as it is. We have a total disrespect for the rule of law. Today, people will steal 12 million, 5 million, they go with impunity. War and economic crime code, it did not come for certain groups of people. It came for individuals. What I would not agree with, the TRC exonerated certain groups of people. For me, I still believe that those who are believed to have committed heinous crimes against our people and the TRC exonerated them, they should be subjected to persecution that no one except the court, when the court is established, the court should be the only determining factor to exonerate any other person they believe, not because somebody went to TRC and confess, so he exonerate them. This is my only disagreement. And Sam Jackson General must apologize to all coming here to tell all we don't need war and economic crime code. This is bad, it's erroneous, it's dangerous, and Mr. Sam Jackson should be ashamed by his generation plunder this country into chaos.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let me say this. No, let me do my own closing, please. I beg you.
I need to respond 10 times. You may call my name.
It's my time to do my closing. Then from there, we'll start with you.
So you will shift me out?
While you do your closing, you can respond to him. I'm seeing some serious issue here, folks. It's 7:34. Of course, it's 12:34 in the morning in Liberia.
Sure, a little bit.
If we do not fight for this peace, honor Joseph Yima Boakai, we may lose it all. It is an embarrassment as a nation that on such a gathering that we all show division. Unity should start from the president. Unity should be of the paramount concern of Joseph Yima Boakai. George Manawe is a former president. He carries a lot of weight. I know some of us that love Joseph Boakai so dearly may come up and say, well, it doesn't matter. George Manawe is insignificant. I remember when people were saying that about Donald Trump, when they said that about Muhammad. Let me remind you, we shouldn't make those mistakes. We should never make such a mistake. If we want to uphold the legacy of Joseph Yima Boakai, if there is any, we should always remind ourselves that we will unite our country in what we do, what we say, in our gathering, and especially in this government. What will it take, President Boakai, to send a word out to former President George Manawe? My son, my friend, let's talk. Let's meet. This is not about your chief of staff. This is not about the leadership of your party. This is about you, an 80-year-old man with vast experience that everybody call Uncle Joe. It's about you. That unity should come from you first. Everyone I would say, no, it must come from John Manawe, my friend. You don't know. You just don't know. The president owed this to the Liberian people. Unity Party missing the point, they're missing the argument. It is but 6 years, now 5 years, and it's still clicking down. Are you making any significant gain? Are you succeeding with your PR? Are you unifying the country? Ask yourself this question. When our reporter go out to ask Kembo said we ain't going anywhere. They say the 17 will kick them off the street. The 17 have passed. They are still on the street. Because there was no plan. But they just came up and said we'll kick them out. How they will survive? They said they can find another business, another job. Then you laugh. Because there is no employment record in the country that we are employing people and we are hiring as a government or even as a private entity. The little private entity the country have, the government is cracking down on them, threatening to shut some of them down. It's embarrassment on Joseph Yemabwaka. When you hear the information minister Jeremy PSA, they planted people at Red Line, Douala Maki, and other places to say the first year of Joseph Yemabwaka was a failure. You just come to the understanding that Jeremy PSA is a failure. He got no plan. He would just survive the 5 years, and he will go in peace and just sit somewhere and wait for another hustle to come back again. That's a disgrace. That's a disgrace. Sit down with Joseph Yemabwaka. Your vision about the country. Yeah, but dreams. But these things have to come to reality. What we saw in Nima today, I think we should begin to think that if Unity Party will give Jeremiah Kuhn the mantle to continue and say Joseph Yemabwaka is not running again, then Jeremiah Kuhn have an uphill battle to claim. Because Jowea, Unity Party is making Jowea better every single day. My daughter Aliyah and my son Stanton Jr., my wife, they went out to Top Golf to play. You know, my son said, Daddy, are you coming? I said, I gotta do a show. And he just smiled. I know the smile was like, Daddy can't leave Spoon Talk alone. But one day he will understand. As much as I love him, we gotta give this message to the Liberian people. This is my concern, Uncle Sam. This is my fear that Unity Party is losing it. They will go in chat room and speak as intellectual. They will pull the BB text and say, yes, we're bringing $5 billion data from HPX, $3 billion from China. We're bringing 258, 56 yellow machine, and every county we have 19. Those are all blah. 1 year gone. January is about to come to an end. What are some of your major achievements? Look at the budget. We talked about lawmakers increasing the budgetary amount. They went above again, honor a rescue government. Look at the school system. We beat on George Manawia for WAEC fee in the school system. What have we to show today that George Manawia was worse and we are better today? Look at the healthcare system. They're taking care of folks in the parking lots. Look at our rule of law. Under this government, since 1959, we as Liberian, through our lawmakers, we decided to burn down the Capitol building. Can we count that as our achievement? It didn't happen under Madam Salif. It didn't happen under Charles Gange Taylor. It didn't happen under all the interim leaders, under Samuel Kanyado. It didn't happen under George Manawia. But yes, indeed, history have gone through that under Joseph Yemabwaka leadership in its first year, we burned down the Capitol building. May God save our state. My fellow Liberians, we are losing this, and George Manuel is getting the momentum. I hate to say this, but I'm saying it. If we do not recalculate, recalibrate, regroup, President Barker will be a one-term president. And everyone that jump in the ride and think that it's okay for them to bury the truth and pretend and be involved in massive corruption in our country, they will be sitting outside of Liberia and say, but we were speaking and it wasn't listening, and people were laughing at us. We got to dig deeper, my friend. And we will give this to Jeremiah Cohn. Jeremiah Cohn need to wake up and speak out. Prince Johnson is not there no more, though. 5 years from now, all monkey will carry their own tail. You will have 73 lawmakers, representatives, going to be re-elected. You will have 15 senators going and asking to be re-elected. You will have the seat of the president and the vice president. They will be begging for your vote. 90 in total, 90. It will be one of the rough in our generation election ever. Every monkey will carry their own tail. Guess what? It will be an open field. We are destroying our country. And since we are in this government, we should do that which is right to save our people and save the state. What we are saying from Douala Market, from Rayla Market, from Bon County, from Saclay, from Nimba, going across the country, the people begging to be part of the glory. They are begging to be part of the process, and we are denying them and allowing them to live in abject poverty. And our only reason is to say, well, just 1 year, you'll wait for the next year. And next year again, they will say, just 2 years, you'll wait for year number 3. We need to get it right. And I think President Barker should listen to President Barker, because all his advisors, they are greedy hunters. President Barker should listen to President Barker, the Joe Barker that we know, that will say, yes, indeed, we will do X, Y, and Z. It can be his family, it can be his relative, it can be the advisor on legality, advisor on national security, advisor on human rights, advisor on what? They are all greedy hunters. Till he can listen to himself, he is destroying the legacy which is to come. And may God save our state as we do our closing. Dr. Richardson, I will give it to you. I have to now go join my son before he think otherwise, but I want to say it was a great show, and everybody have the 2 minutes to close. Dr. Richardson, thank you. I know you can control it. Please allow our Courage Gray to go first, because it's very, very late at his end. Y'all have a good day, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, it's over 3 o'clock here. I will go first.
All right, I'm going.
Papa, Saint Jackson, you get plenty to say. Which one?
My man, I will go first. We got tired. It's over 3 o'clock in the morning here. I beg you.
Honorable Gray?
Yeah.
Let him go. You got 2 minutes, everybody. Thank you, Honorable Gray. Uncle Sam, go.
Want me to go?
Yes.
Okay. I wish Stanton was here. And Stanton struck a note. I love Stanton because he speaks his mind. And he has a very good grasp of reality. Very good grasp of reality. Doesn't fake it. Doesn't pretend. And the reason he's independent. Doesn't need any largesse from any politician. He finances politicians. So you can tell them the truth. I can look in the eyes of all my Unity Party youngsters. You're in your 30s and 40s. I'm older than your parents. Way older than your parents. And more successful than most of your parents. Not because of Liberia, but because of where I'm sitting in South Africa and the United States. Made myself. But it's not about me. It's about you. 4 years from now, instead of saying 5 years, it's 4 years from now. 2029. 2029, will you be a millionaire legally? Will you have enough income that if Joseph Nima Boakai is not president, that you will not have to run away from Liberia, maybe to go find a job in a foreign country and start from scratch to live in some apartment in one of those inner cities in America, and maybe go to some, because you know, after you spend out of like 4 or 5 years out of Liberia, you go back to America, you're not going to go onto the path in the corporate ladder, because they don't respect experience from Liberia. They don't. You have to start from zero. You have to go drive Uber. You have to be, and I'm not putting anybody down. You have to be a CNA. You have to work at a group home. Just a few of you.
30 seconds left, Uncle Sam.
Okay. So accept the reality that there is something amiss. There's something amiss. That something is clearly everything that you told the Liberian people and everything that they expected from you. Please share nothing because I'm distracted. Okay. So I'm begging you. I take God to beg you. You think I don't want Joseph Boakai to succeed? Joseph Boakai succeeds and things go well in Liberia.
You surpassed
GDP increase.
Uncle Sam.
Yeah, give me 20 more seconds. I will make much more money if Joe Boakai succeeds. Because where I sit, the kind of money that can come from here to go to Liberia or America, where I have a lot of friends, but please, go in the right direction. But that starts with unity. Unite us. Embrace us as Liberians. We are your brothers. We are your sisters.
Thank you.
We love you very much.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. Honorable Gray, you want to go?
Yeah, thank you very much. You know, when you come to power and boast of 40 years of experience, even some of your advisors, your appointees claim to have vast knowledge and experience in government, and you begin to behave like aristocrats, then people begin to wonder, what experience do you bring to the table? The country has been divided as a result of a national civil crisis. The country has been divided on ethnic lines, on political lines, etc. Coming to power, first and foremost, is to recognize these divides that cause the country to be divided. Do they still exist? And how do you bring the country together in a kind of a tight election of like 20,000 votes different? We who have served in government and understand the president we have said today, let us commit ourselves to the ideas of peace, reconciliation, and unity that our nation so desperately needs. Those are the foundations upon which President Boakai should be governing this country. I just want to say thank you to you and every one of you that he will refuse us to listen to the Asian yet to be born. If you think that, President, we are moving into these communities from Banga to Ganta to West Point to Nukutan, and the people are chanting with slogan, and you underestimate that and call people gangster, see what MDRO youth did today at Senator Stanton. They were chanting dangerous negative slogan against President Boakai today. Thank you very much. I wish you people can play it tonight.
Let me do my own quick, man, please.
Yes, go ahead, Fandela, because you're in Liberia.
Yeah, so I think it was a beautiful show, and we appreciate all of you who have always come here to make your points. But let me say this tonight. The last time Clinton was very blunt when he said these things are happening because the opposition is fragmented. It's fragmented in a sense. We have gone 1 year. political opposition institution that wants to checkmate the government, you don't have to do it alone. The rescue mission, the moment we became president 2019, 2018, we saw the conglomeration of 4 political parties coming together to ensure that checks and balances against the Weah government were ensured. But 1 year has gone. The idea of political individualism, everybody wants to fly with flying color, to shine. It's not going to help. And if you have a united opposition, the citizens will benefit because you advocate collectively, you ensure that the government is doing the right thing to benefit your people. What I don't agree with is to tear down another government because you are not in power. Because indirectly, your citizens are going to be...
30 seconds left, Mr. Patrick.
Finally, on this issue, it is important to also state clearly that the death of Senator Johnson is a lesson for all of us. It is now time to unite as a country, politically, in our political institution to preach peace. Thank you so much, and it was good to be here tonight.
Thank you. Let's hear from Isidore.
Yama, war crimes code, they can have nonsense, we never see it, we are time. MDR youth were chanting. Prince Johnson is gone now. They want to ensure that the Barker administration brings the war crimes court. There will be no excuses at all. If President Barker does not establish war crimes court, it only means one thing. The intent for his war crimes court was Prince Johnson. The fact that Prince Johnson is gone, this is the time he needs to show it even more than ever before that war crimes court must come to Liberia. He just didn't campaign on it like any politician would do. He had it in his inaugural address. Since then, it has been a political issue for the Unity Party. Prince Johnson is dead. Another family is wearing black now. They are mourning him. And his party said he died because of pressure from the establishment of the War Crimes Code. The MDR youth wing is now challenging, and I will ask them to keep on the
30
pressure.
seconds left, Mr. Do.
Huh?
30 seconds left.
Yeah, to keep on the pressure to ensure War Crimes Code is here. And I want to say to my brother Fadiga, the people of Nimba are not talks. You can refer to them as talks because you feel they were chanting something against you. They are smart and intelligent. And very quickly in the last 5 seconds, something disturbing to their soul. Why is it that this government keeps on disrespecting George Weah as a former president? Everybody saw the tape where police guys and all were stopping George Weah convoy from entering. What is that level of disrespect? Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Miss Jackie McKay, can you go, please?
Thank you so much, Dr. Francine, and thanks again earlier for today. When it comes to Sam Jackson, today, the former Senator Prince White Johnson was laid to rest. He is gone. All of us will be gone one day when the Lord calls us home. But we as Liberians who have the opportunity to wake up every morning have an opportunity to work together under the umbrella of peace and reconciliation to ensure we unite and develop our country and sustain the peace. We have a duty to hold all our elected officials accountable. It is our duty, whether in Liberia or in the diaspora, to work with those we elected to ensure peace, development, and growth for all citizens, and above all, to ensure that we continue to sustain the peace. Today was a funeral by a major icon in our society. President Boyka spoke today on several occasions about the need for peace and reconciliation to prevail, to continue to prevail, regardless of our background, political background.
30 seconds, Jackie.
Thank you. Thank you so much. But to all Liberians, the president made campaign promises, and he's going to deliver on those campaign promises, starting with peace, starting with reconciliation. He means well. A lot of things happened during the first year. Maybe they may not have been publicized as they should have. Yes, there were things that could have been done better.
Thank you, Jackie.
Thank you so much. But the president will deliver on behalf and for the Liberian people, because the Liberian people deserve the best. But he cannot do it just by himself. He needs all hands on decks. All of us need to contribute to our growth and development. Thank you so much. Wonderful show today.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Cheer.
What I'm planning to do now is to contest for district, for the capital district, because we want to bring development to Blodiala, because Blodiala is a place that are really close to my heart. And once I become the representative of capital district, we will focus on making sure that Blodiala come back to what it used to be. It used to be the apple of the district. But here's what I want to say. You can defend President Boyka all you want, but he does not hide his intention. He's like a monkey with a black hand, doesn't hide. He is very emphatic. He does exactly deliberately what he wants to do. Nima people, they man you're celebrating. They man lying down here. They man was the cause for the pain we experienced in the past. That's what he said. Jeremiah Kuhn, who abandoned Prince Johnson in the middle of the water, resigned from the party when Prince Johnson needed him most, refused to speak to Prince Johnson for 7 months. He said, President Boyka, who refused to speak to you from the day he became president, he said, right here, coming to your funeral. I see some Nibayans calling me names in their comments. I just laugh.
30 seconds.
You can only have Gibson to speak the truth to you. Probably you don't like it, but that's the truth. It's a voice of consciousness, voice of reasoning. And all those who have spoke here, Isaac and others who have spoke here, they mean business. Look, this country will never be straight unless we speak truth to the power. And President Boyka must be the one that will champion the peace of this country, must be the one that will champion reconciliation, must be the one to champion tranquility. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you very much. It was a good show. Please be yourself. I'm hearing, getting feedback. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Did I take him? Oh, go back in.
Comment that everyone who has now watched the Winnie Mandela funeral, let's go and watch it and listen to Julius Malema presentation at that funeral ceremony. It was touching. It was truthful. It was meaningful. I always go to it for motivation, for becoming bold, honest, and frank. When you are bold, honest, and frank, Dr. Francine, a lot of people in the Liberian society don't like you. Liberia is full of sycophancy and hypocrisy. And because you have a lot of inept people who are given position a lot of them have to be sycophants to get the positions they get. So as a result, they mislead, they ill-advise, and they lie to their leaders. I want to be a frank person, and I will try that. NEMA became relevant over the past 20 years of our history because of Prince Johnson. Prince Johnson took NEMA and put NEMA on his back. He became the spokesman for NEMA. He's advocated for NEMA. He made NEMA relevant to the extent that every president or presidential candidate went to NEMA more than 10 or 15 times. But they will go to a little county like Bapolu only one time, and most of them don't even sleep there.
30 seconds.
NEMA became so relevant because of Prince Johnson and all of his attributes that he stood for, making sure that NEMA was part of the political process. NEMA has lost a hero, but Prince Johnson was not a hero for all of us. He was a hero for the people of NEMA. I wish Bapolu had a hero that would speak and advocate for us so that we get everything we entitled on the national budget. Thank you. It was a very good show. And, we're looking forward to being here again next week.
Yes.
Have a good evening.
Thank you, guys. I would like for someone to please time me for 2 minutes and let me know if I, go over my time. But I just want to tell the Liberian people, thank you for always listening to us, always watching Spoon. We appreciate you very much. I want to tell the farmers in Liberia that I'm championing your cause. We want to make farming sexy again, especially those who are cassava farmer. Please return to the soil and plant more and more cassava for our country. The question, that I've been reminiscing about since the beginning of the show is, Prince Johnson is gone. Then what? Where is our country going? What do we do now? He's been buried. He's been gone. The first thing, I wrote down a few of your comments, a few thoughts that you share, and added my own. Someone came here and said that we need President Boakai to be the fixer-in-chief. I want to say that I wholeheartedly agree with that person. I believe that President Boakai should call past presidents and also have a unity meeting where they can brainstorm different resolutions. Somebody's talking, somebody's can you please, okay, where they can brainstorm different resolutions, different thoughts about how to make our country united, even more stronger. I believe that after he did that, he should also call regular leaders of the country to brainstorm this whole aspect of unity. He should engage in a unity tour, something we've been calling for on this show that he has not quite done. I'm not talking about the event that happened in Bong, where he brought Bong, Nima, and Grand Jida together in Lufa. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about a specific unity tour. I believe that he should encourage the executive branch to have a rare white and blue day at least once a month, where they can show a sign of unity, respecting and being patriotic in Liberia. He should encourage the legislature to strengthen the Liberianization policy. They can also encourage and make laws that will at least allow Liberian businesses to thrive in Liberia. One thing that has always been said, we are not going to be spectators in our country anymore. Liberians want to be participants. I want them to bring back civics in school. I think it should be a national requirement. Let our children learn the civic aspect of our country, how to elect leaders. They should start learning it from, if I can say, kindergarten, because I did see when I was in a country lately, there were some bigger kids in kindergarten. Allow our students to celebrate things like Liberian Food Day, where we'll or either celebrate the different flag symbols. I'm ashamed to say that it's in my adult years that I'm even recognized during county meets, where Liberia has different flags that represent the different county. I'm very ashamed to say that. So having said that, I think many people can add on ways that we can improve and strengthen our unity in the country. I want to just thank all of you guys for listening, for being here. It's a policy that after you speak, you should at least wait for the last speaker, and you guys did that. So thank you guys. And Liberians, we'll see you again on Monday. We take tomorrow will be the day off, and that'll be Spoon Talk so with one-on-one with the CEO tomorrow. You can join one-on-one with the CEO. I don't know who's coming. And of course, I want to remind you that every Friday we have Spoon Talk Business. Please join us. Some of you guys can help us share the show and make it popular. It's focusing on empowering the business sector of Liberia. So thank you guys. Chilope, I know we now wake you up, right?
Thank you very much. There's a piggy I know from Lima. He said you will start campaigning against me in blood yellow, so I can't believe it.
Yeah, because
you didn't letting the cat out of the bag. Congratulations
Listen,
to Team
I got too many
Apple.
people to campaign. Listen, my whole radio station, I saw Nima boys. Mendy will be there, Yeni will be there, Zana Yeniki will be there, Kaba will be there. These are people that are in front of me to campaign. These are all Nima boys that I got. That's a whole regiment on the radio station.
You serious to go say
Somebody even asked whether you from. Somebody even asked whether you from Nima. I said, well, the man gotta be from Nima to go.
That's true.
But they don't know. I want to be from Nima to be represented
You
there.
need to live there for over a year.
That's all. They don't give him my account of blood like he will slap me. I said, look at
I said to you, want a Grammy to do? Check. I said to acting spirit keep in the show. Not Easter the day you are singing acting.
Who said let him set it up Big Berry? When the politician comes, we jump into it.
I said, I know you act like this. So, oh my God.
It was a good show. 2029 will be an open field for the
But I already finished for Jeremiah Kun. You already finished for Jeremiah Kun.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good night,
Thank
my
you. Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you. All right, folks, that's it. Thanks so very kindly for following.
Yes, sir. A special one from the city.
That's how we love to conclude
the Southern Band. Charges.
the Spoon Talk January 18 edition. Many thanks to the CEO, that Richardson, and all of the panelists for this successful edition. Well, Spoon Talk, it is your platform, your show that provides you the information that you need.
What is happening in Morovia?
And we are live here on Spoon 107.5 FM and Fabric 101.1 FM across Liberia.
If the children crying for starvation, just don't spoon.
So join us tomorrow.
My brother don't spoon.
Tomorrow will be the one-on-one with the CEO, the very special edition.
Their decision just don't spoon.
So to our viewers, followers,
Straight to spoon.
thanks so very kindly for watching. Still see Edwin Freeman, Anthony Swai, Sir Johnson, James Davis, Mohamed Keita, and James Lombard, Opa Hammond. I mean, all of you that are following, thanks so very kind, and thanks for your comments, thanks for your like, thanks for your contribution, recommendations. All of these things, make the show very, very good, and we appreciate all of your concerns, your recommendations, your comments. And thanks so very kind. I'm Sylvester Chirople, and of course, next week, God's willing, we'll be back. And thanks so very kind. Have a wonderful, wonderful night. Sleep tight. And goodbye.
Skiddy